Good afternoon, everybody. Today is a big day. So much work to do. Can RF Chieftain support 4 Foulborn uniques? I don't know exactly how Foulborn uniques work, but you mean like can you use 4 unique items that can be Foulborn? We use more than 4 uniques in the build, I think. If it counts jewels and Uber items, which I don't know if it does. Channel points disable for now, and we're also going to have to mute all of the alerts. So I'm just going to do that now. Notifications muted. You know what? Notifications paused and muted. Zoff Bloodline will require 2 Zoff rings and 4 Foulborns. Yeah, I don't know how the Foulborns work 100%. Most of the uniques we use are global. Cloak of Flame is definitely global. The other ones are boss drops mainly. Oh, Rax, thanks for the raid. Sorry, I turned off all my alerts because I am getting ready to do the campaign run. Ready to do a lot of yapping. Just getting prepped right now. So much to do. So much to do. Damn, that was so fast. Like, I've been live for 3 minutes and you raided me. What the heck? I just did my campaigner. I look forward to you destroying my time. You know, funny enough, I don't race, so I don't learn zone layouts. I just play POE a lot, right? So I guess by that nature, I always have the advantage of like knowing my items, knowing my gearing choices, knowing my affixes, knowing what I need, etc. So all of my time spent in the campaign is like, fuck, I hit a dead end. Fuck, I hit a dead end. Fuck, I hit a dead end. Like that's most of my campaign time. Yeah, mine might be a little scuffed because I'm gonna do the campaign run with like minimal stash tabs because I'm like merged into standard, so we'll see how that goes. All right, I'm a little tired. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. Definitely not smart, but we shouldn't make excuses, so we're just gonna fucking jump into it. You're the opposite. I know a lot of the tricks because I studied them, but I'm clueless on what to pick up and where. Yeah, I could help you so much with that. Like I don't know how to explain it, man. Like I can literally watch a person's commentary with RF and like step by step explain like kill that pack of mobs, it's blue. Pick up the I mean you're good at picking up the blue items for like the transmutes, but like the second I ID a piece of gear, it takes me like a nanosecond to understand if I want it. Like nanosecond. Can you explain how to do alternative leveling with Holy Flame Totem? Not really. I mean, I will just say if you don't like rolling magma, take Holy Flame Totem and shoot it in a flame wall, and that's about it. Like, that's pretty much all I'm gonna say. YouTube still has starting soon. Yeah, Twitch does too. That's the scene we're on right now. I think part of the problem is I don't even look at gear. I just vendor it, and I'm in Act 9, and we'll have super dog shit gear. I mean, if it made you feel any better, my Elementalist was level 84, and I was using boots with 15% movement speed. That was it. There was nothing else on them. There's literally nothing else because I just did the Quicksilver recipe to upgrade them, and then I was like, I want to get new boots, but I can't because of the colors. So yeah, it happens. Yeah, I feel bad because I watch some content creators and see them struggle a lot, and I see what their problems are when they're like doing the campaign, but I don't want to like backseat too much because some people take it the wrong way. But there's like so many tips I can give newer players who are trying to like speed run. And like one of the most basic things is just kill more monsters, right? Like it's okay to stutter step and kill more monsters. They're guaranteeing you get like loot, transmutes, wisdom scrolls, XP, etc. You don't kill every mob, right? But I see a lot of newer players, they try to follow speedrunners and they're just like 5 levels under the zone the whole time and they're just like permanently struggling. No, I quicksilvered them, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I quicksilvered the boots. Want to use RF for trash mobs and retaliation for ignites and rares. I have no idea if you can scale the ignite to be better than fire trap for retaliation. I'm pretty skeptical. What's your PB on RF in the campaign with labs and points? I think right about 5 hours on Chieftain, and I think like 420 on Ellie. Yes, you always want to use the official site. The only other site I would say you can take POB links from would be Mobilytics, as Mobilytics is the new website I'm going to be pushing my stuff to. I heard Ellie has way more damage or less defense. That is exactly how Ellie works. Ellie is very fun up to about 2 Voidstones, in which that's when. Actually, I just put a video out on this, but that's kind of when, like, once Chieftain gets Ignite Prolif, he's very, very good. Like, Chieftain with Ignite Prolif is very, very good. Then you get Elder Helm, you do a lot more damage. You go Shaper Shield, you're a lot more tanky. Ellie kind of pivots into the same thing, but it's never going to have the tankiness as Chieftain. And when Chieftain can map clear with Hinakura, you're just primarily scaling single target for bossing, right? Ellie will always be like squishier, but it will have a much better curve for people who want to zoom at the start. I think Ellie is better played like any other build because Elementalists can fit in like, you know, a couple thousand energy shield very easily. With RF, you just burn that all away. So, like, I feel like Wanderers are just way better than Ellie RF in every regard. Have you seen Kinetic Shell? No, that's the bubble one, right? Notice a lot of streamers practicing RF for this league. People are obsessed with like speedrunning and like just getting better and faster at the game. LERF is like very good for that. Kinetic shells and explode gem. Oh, then I haven't looked at it. I'm not gonna look at anything until I finish this video. So, are we doing a new campaign run? Yep. There's a new video. It's gonna have to wait. No distracting. If you go LERF, then you build life, not ES. You cannot sustain LERF on ES in like any remote budget is not gonna work. You turn on RF and you just die. Have you tried Scorching Ray totems? Your totems are gonna die without investment, so I have not tried it at all. That would also be kind of like a nightmare for mapping because you'd have to place like multi-totems down to try to trigger a Hinakura explode. I threw together an Ellie endgame POB which has 9 mil DPS and 20k ES. Yeah, but that's like you said, that's not even remotely cheap. What about your filters? Any additional filter worth mentioning? Uh you just what do you mean? You just go to my website, you click the filter one, and you can see filters by breakdown. There's like campaign filter, after campaign, like mid mapping, etc. It's kind of your choice when you want to go up in filter tier. Everyone likes to kind of different with their loot. Where are you from? The middle of East. Will you update your filter? I update everything. I wish you had a few more levels of showing small blues for transmutes. You can always hold alt after like a rare or like a boss. And like pick up the extra ones. I don't know, I've never had an issue with transmutes when I play. Struggling to pick between Ellie and Chieftain. Play Chieftain unless you plan to convert your Ellie to something else. I just put out a YouTube video on this. I'd appreciate if you could integrate the Chaos recipe into your leveling filter. I will not do that, sorry. I will not put stuff in my filter that I personally don't really engage in. I didn't find 3 blue, 1 red chest. Gamble or use alternative links. It is hard to give exact scenarios on like everything. What you can do, honestly, look at the endgame POB at the 6 link, start extrapolating the gems. If you get like 2 reds, you can use less duration. Written guide link backup. Written guide link. All POE vault links will be removed and replaced with mobilytics. I will just do that right now before I get started. I am no longer with POE Vault. You left Vault for mobilytics. Yep. Arcturus, appreciate it. The new mobile link is kind of already up to date. So I'm just gonna show you guys what we have right now, I guess. Give me a minute. I have like a lot of work to do on the written guide front, but so this is the mobilytics guide for RF Chieftain right now. I'll put like a YouTube link here after. So we've got like the standard like text for written, strengths, weaknesses, all the POB imports are in already, so you can see the gearing from each stage here, which is really nice. Like you can see everything, right? This goes forward as well, all the way here. The tree is currently up to date as well. The tree loadout snaps with the gearing. So we have the full tree there as well. We have the gems for each section as well already set up. So this is all ready to look at if you prefer looking at stuff here. I do need to edit like kind of the how it plays a little bit. And then what I still need to do is, what I want to do is basically for each of these loadouts, kind of like how if you guys saw my POB notes, I kind of want to type like a rough draft into the POB, from the POB notes into each of these loadout variants. I don't know exactly the best way to, I have to go to edit. I'm not going to show this right now. But that way I can give kind of like a description. Right now, the only thing that's really set up is the beginning one, which is just showing you like, and I gotta do a lot more. It's just no time. There's never any time, right? So like during this stage of the build, you want to make sure you're using the regex posted. Here you go, and you know, just some basic information here, and you can kind of see it right here. But everything just in time, I will get everything up to date. Have you linked it on your site? Just now, it takes time. I just did it. It takes at least 30 minutes to push. Looks like Nightbot needs to update the RF command. RF. Okay. Written guide for RF Chieftain. Link this. And then we'll just keep this, and I'll just update that later. There we go. Is that the 3.26 regex? I split my regex into two. I need to, like, I can definitely update this for more, but for now it's just staying there. Alright, Chad, as much as I'd love to do Q&A today for another 8 hours, I got content to make, so I think it's time to get to it. Goat horn and then put 3 links somewhere else. Ultimately, just look at your rolling magma DPS. It won't lie to you. Okay. Make sure my tabs are good. Wait. Oh, I was doing it in regular standard before. Oh. I think that's what the problem was. Yeah. Okay. Great time to plan tabs for new affinities. Yeah, I still have to go do that, I'm gonna be honest. You can look in the POB notes, and you can look in the POB skills. It shows you all the gems from the mule friend. This Essence tab looks so pretty. I was saying earlier on Act 5 that Katava, that rolling magma feels better with DPS and Fire Trap. Fire Trap needs to be leveling on the offsalt like set, otherwise it's gonna always be like under leveled on damage. Fire Trap needs to be acquired ASAP from lab, and it needs to just like level up before it can overtake rolling magma. You don't lose regen with Mage Blood because you Giga Juice like a Ruby Flask with the percent regen. Maybe you lose like a tiny bit, but it's not that much. What do we need to do here? I need this. Stream marker. You get Fire Trap from library. Okay, thanks for the prime. Alright, chat, it's your job to politely tell people that I'm doing a YouTube commentary run. Okay? Good. Sorry, Melver, I love you, but I must close out of you today. Alright. Yeah, just did Into the Mist on the new run. Okay. Ooh. Go ahead, Curbs, as long as it's like a yes or no, it takes 2 seconds. In a post. Oh yeah, sure, we can do that. And act doing YouTube commentary run with minimal chat activity. Please don't spam me question. Just the Quicksilver movement speed craft, if that it's worth to put on the FAQ. I don't think it really matters. Not Meal Templar. I don't think it matters, bro. I think they get the same gems, no? There's probably a reason I picked Witch after all these years. I don't remember it. Five Devour of Chieftain is good, yeah. Okay. 4 hours of sleep is not doing me justice right now. Let me go get a little bit of caffeine. Hold on. I'm just not the biggest fan of going through the campaign, especially like in one go. You know, when I'm about to do it again very soon. That I have to do it in one take. Like, you know, people are going to be spamming me questions while I'm trying to do it. I have to not get too distracted. Don't get annoyed at chatters because then YouTube gets angry at you. You know, just basic shit. Okay. Fix one more thing. There we go. Losing weight, my shorts are falling off, dude. Okay. What are your sources of caffeine? I have some cold brew coffee on me right now. Actually, we're just gonna have like POE music. Don't answer questions. Doing the run, let chat do it for you, bro. I've been doing this for 13 years. I don't think chat's ever done it for me. You know what I mean? They're nice, but they've never done it for me. Let's see here. Chat's the type of people to laugh at people, and then people start fighting. You know. Hey man, I can't run Righteous Fire. Well, you're stupid. Are you following the guide? Yeah, I read everything. Do you know how to read? Hold on. Okay. Did I record this while I did this? I think is it cope to record the whole thing? Or did I pull it as a stream highlight before? I think I downloaded it as a stream. How did I do this before? Yeah, I do it live. I just don't remember if I do start recording or not. I don't know if recording is gonna like take too much too much for like a 6-hour VOD, you know what I mean? So it's pinned in my chat on Twitch, Squirrel. I don't know how to do that on YouTube off the top of my head. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna get started. Okay. The website version is not the proper version to use, man. I'm sorry. That's for people who like don't have a PC, and I can't really cater to those people. Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also, good morning. If you're here, you know what you're here for. Today it is time for the Act 1 through Act 10 Righteous Fire Chieftain Edition. So we're going to get started all the way from the beginning. Now, before we get started, make sure you come to my website at pox.net, clicking this button right here, which is going to give you the League starter build. From there, you can, there's a lot of other information on here that you can use, such as a crafting page for as you get past the campaign, an FAQ if you get stuck, you know, maybe you're lacking dexterity, for example. You can just come in, search your questions, and get an answer. Now, after you have the path of building, you can also post this link into the site, but the site is not going to give you as detailed as I have, for example, in the POB. So by opening our path of building right here, we're simply going to import, we are going to paste it, and after we do that, we have this beautiful path of building. Make sure you never navigate through the skill tree, the skills section, and the item section. Instead, you want to go ahead and do it through the loadout feature. When you do the loadout feature, it's going to pull all three of these at the same time to prevent any user error. From on top of this, we have a notes section that is very, very extensive. Let's break it down really simply. Read this before you get started. It's a little bit of information. These are cheap uniques you can buy and or low-level uniques, higher level ones. From here on, everything is attached through loadouts. For example, are you in the 1 to 20 range and you're confused? Read this. Are you in the 21 to 40 range and you're confused? Read this. Everything is typed out so you guys can have a great experience in the campaign, because I do realize that these videos I'm going to make are going to be very fast and sometimes it's hard to follow along. That's why I've spent extra time so that you guys don't make the mistakes. All in here for you. With that being said, we're going to start with a mule character. If you want to learn more about muling, watch ahead. It's a very short amount of time spent. If you have a friend who's playing with you, you can skip the muling if they've got the gems for you. If you need to know the gems, right here. You can also find them in the skill section right here. With that being said, let's get started. Okay. So, we're going to create a brand new character. We're just going to go in SSF. We're doing create. We're doing standard SSF because no new league yet. We're playing a witch. Doesn't really matter what you name her. Now, do note that if you are playing on a league start, one thing you want to note is you will not get put into queue as long as you hit character selection. So you're okay to make 2 characters. It's fine.
The dead will soon rise for me, not against me.
Equip your skill. I like turning off the attack while moving. Now, the purpose of making this character is to get some bonus starting gear for your character. On top of bonus starting gear, you can also get some intelligence gear that you want. Maybe you get good links. Maybe you just find some rare stuff. You get a bonus Quicksilver Flask. Now, 2 other things to note. My build comes with a filter. On the website, on pox.net, on the right-hand side of that column that I showed earlier, there is going to be a filter link. That filter link is going to take you to my profile, and you want to run this filter here. It'll probably say 3.27, but it's your campaign filter. So make sure that you install that. For people who are confused, I'm going to go ahead and show you really fast where it is. Then I'm going to show you 2 more tips, because these are things that people have made mistakes on. I want to try to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes as last time. Hillock is really easy on Witch. Just don't ever be melee. You can just move back from the attack and you're fine. Grab all of the gear that drops here. All of it. Okay, now, while we are here, I'm going to go ahead and flash the website again. So, right on over here. This is a nice fake coral reef. One day it loads. I think it's actually getting too much traffic because people in my chat are all trying to load it at the same time. So while that loads in the background, let's go ahead and finish this up. We are going to grab our rolling magma. Rolling magma, good. Here's the website. This is the loot filter link I'm talking about. From right over here, it's going to load you to my Path of Exile account profile. From here, you can see the campaign filter that I am talking about. So this is an example. You can see there's a lot of people who are following this. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is a regex. The regex you can find in the Path of Building notes section. You can see it right here. This regex is what we're going to use through the campaign to help highlight gear in the early stages so we don't have to look through everything manually. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to come over here. We're just going to paste the regex in. By pasting the regex in, we can find starting gear. For example, 10% movement speed boots. That's amazing. We can come over here and paste it as well, and there's nothing there.
What now?
Alright, I'm going to get rid of this stuff here as we don't really need it. Yeah, let's do that.
I know that stench.
Swap on your rolling magma. Put on the arcane surge. I like to kill some mobs as I'm running through. You don't have to kill everything. It just makes stuff easier, right? If you're trying to speedrun, you're going to try to skip as much as possible. If you're not speedrunning, do yourself a favor and just kill a few more mobs. Get some wisdom scrolls. Like this plate vest is going to help with mud flats. Gonna ID this as well. It is going to make us a little bit slower, but that's okay. I typically don't level the rolling magma on the witch. So you can right click it to prevent it from leveling. This is because if you level it, I think 2 times specifically, then you can get a little screwed up. We cannot see the search bar on the vendor where the regex goes into. I'm sorry, I need to show the search bar for the regex. You just put it into the NPC. Okay, we are in Mudflats. Also like to not level the Arcane Surge either. So I'm going to cancel that.
Is to live.
By right-clicking, you can prevent it from leveling up, which is what we are doing now. This area will have a league mechanic known as Breach in the new league. I'm not sure if you're able to just like skip it. I don't know exactly how that works, as we can't play the new league yet. So just be patient with that. Okay, after you have acquired your 3 pieces, we are moving over to the next part, and we are more than halfway done already with the Witch. I like to hit level 4 here because level 4 is going to give us access to using Flame Wall, which will make things feel a lot better. I don't know if it's either over here or it's to the left here. I'm not sure which. There is our level 4. Okay, we're just going to hit this waypoint right here. We're going to come back. You want to make sure you grab Frostblink and Flame Wall, and you have the links to support them. Or not links, but gems. So right over here is Flame Wall, and right over here is Frostblink. From here, I like to paste this regex, well actually it's still here, and look for gear with Intelligence or triple blue is my preference. It will highlight. Same thing right here. So right where my webcam is, there is a text to paste in, right? There is nothing highlighting here, so we are just going to move on. I'm going to vendor these as I don't really need them. I guess I can keep this one. Another thing to do, I need to put it in this one, is goat horns. Goat horns are extremely strong, extremely strong. The implicit of flat fire there to spells is legendary at how much damage it provides. So I'm going to grab 2 of them right now for our Marauder, and I'm just going to put them in right there. Next up, we are going to go finish up the last thing on our Witch, which is killing Hailrake to guarantee a Quicksilver Flask and the Elemental Proliferation support gem. Now, for people who don't like rolling magma, there is an alternative in the POE called Holy Flame Totem. You can use that as well. What you basically want to do is you drop your Flame Wall, you drop your totem, or I guess you drop your totem first, then you drop the Flame Wall. You want the totem to shoot into the Flame Wall because of the bonus damage. It's kind of huge. Same thing with rolling magma. You can look, I'm not aiming, like I'm gonna kill this guy blindfolded right now. Did I hit him at all? Okay, he's like halfway dead. Good enough. You don't need to be able to see, you don't need to be able to aim. You just shoot the rolling magma into the Flame Wall and it will hit the targets. You don't have to worry. It's totally fine. I get a lot of complaints on people struggling to aim it. Just aim really far in front and you're gonna be okay. So grab this Quicksilver. I'm going to grab my Ignite Prolif. Since I didn't level, I don't need to check the vendors. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're just going to shove everything in here. We are done with this character for now. If you get incredibly unlucky on your Marauder, what you can do is instead what you can do, and we're going to write down the 390k gold. Chat, help me remember this number. We're going to want to know this number because we're going to gamble at some point. You can come back to the Witch, get 1 more level to try to get some intelligence gear. So, let's go ahead and switch to a new character. So, Fox, YouTube, RF, Chief. Boom! Let's go. Now, we are officially on the journey to find intelligence. We want intelligence so we can use rolling magma. Without intelligence, we will be forced to use melee, and the recommended choice would be ground slam with a 2-hander, I believe. To drink cold brew coffee or to drink sugar-free root beer. I brought both of them in here for some reason. It didn't open either. We'll have to figure out which one. Can we buy efficacy support to level it before our rep? Do you get access to efficacy already? If so, yeah, that'd be smart. Not a single blue item. That's weird. Okay. Let's go grab our gems that we have. This one. This one. Okay. Give me that. Give me that. I'm just going to wear that. It's fine. We're going to wear that as well. There's the rolling magma setup. Now what you want to do, the first thing you do, you want to make sure you level the magma. That way, you don't have to worry about forgetting to level it up. I'm going to get rid of all of this random stuff in my inventory. Put my scrolls where I like them. Don't care about fireball. We are ready to continue blasting. These are, yeah, we're good. These we're going to use at level 6 with our intelligence gear. So, what we're going to do now is we're just going to go and type in our regex. Nothing there. Check this one over here. You want to save 2 red gems for later. It's not really a big deal now. So we didn't get any intelligence at all. Wait, that's weird. It's not highlighting the int for some reason. Is it because it's a rare item? Maybe it's because it's a rare item, but my filter shows int, so that's weird. I have to go double check it. Don't worry, I got it for you. I don't have an alch anyway, so we wouldn't be able to get that. Alright, we don't want to use this. We actually want a wand. I kind of fumbled a little bit there and forgot to get a wand, so let's go do that. Got a little distracted. You didn't copy the quotes. Oh, sorry, that's because I have... That's a good text there. I had something pre-typed, so it got messed up. You make sure you copy the quotes there. Wait, the quotes are there. Yeah, you're cooked. Why do you... I'm going to stop listening to you guys. You guys stay in chat. All right, let's go ahead and get our wands over here. Wand good at the ready. Let's put that over there, and let's go ahead and continue. All right, so the rolling magma is set up right now on a 2-link. And I'm going to be honest, it's going to be pretty not good. Like, this is going to be the weakest part on your character. It's advisable to kill some extra mobs just to try to get some extra gear, because this is the worst part right now of the character, right? For sure. If you want some more damage, which I would recommend, you want to go ahead and use 2 wands. The reason I am currently using 1 is primarily because I'm just kind of going a little fast, and the shield has the 2 blue link for me, which is what I am currently valuing. It's the same regex I've been using for a while, and it's always highlighted int here, so confused why it decided to change. That's a discussion for another day. I see, you're saying rare gear specifically. That's okay, we can't really afford rare gear at this stage anyway. I would like to get shield charge as well. Shield charge would help. The number 1 goal right now would be getting 1 piece of gear with intelligence. 1 piece of gear with intelligence is going to allow us to run Flame Wall at level 4, which is going to give so much damage compared to what we have on right now. Then we are going to want to get more intelligence for our goat horns. Goat horns are those wands we bought on the witch that are going to give also crazy damage. This is a guaranteed crit shrine. Very nice. There's our level 4. That's where we need to go. We currently have 2, so we're going to go grab our 3rd. A lot of transmutations. Now, around this time, it's important to state that you're going to want a minimum of, I think, 4 transmutations, if not more, when you're in Act 2 for RF. We will have the new Identify All feature, When you identify an item and sell it, it will give you an alteration instead of a transmutation. So be warned of that. You are still going to need some transmutation. So don't ID everything. Like this claw, there's no way I'm going to use this claw. It's not for my build, right? So I'm just going to vendor that claw.
What little help?
Okay, now we're going to hope we find some int. So we got very lucky here. This is a 3-link wand that we really want. And it's on the correct base goat horn. Now the question is do we have the ability to actually use it? Any int? No intelligence. Okay, our character is destined to be stupid. No problem. Let's continue. Now, because I cannot find int, I am actually going to skip Hail Rake for now. I'm also going to make sure we skip Dweller because we just literally don't have damage right now, and those are going to be miserable fights. So our goal is to find intelligence. When we get a level up, I'm going to go back to the vendor and I'm going to check because I'm desperate. This is also the time where we want to remove, I think at level 4 it is, we want to remove Arcane Surge for Ignite Proliferation. The Proliferation creates these circles, which are just much better. I have 4 Portal Scrolls right now, so I am actually going to go back and I'm going to go check if I can find some intelligence gear. We're going to do that very soon. I'm just going to do it when I'm close to a level up. So right here is where you would typically want to drop a portal for Dweller. So what we're going to do now is I'm actually just going to move forward and we're going to go all the way to Ledge. Ledge will have another waypoint for us, and this is nice because we can keep our portal over there. So let's go ahead and check. It's okay if you level again. The vendor doesn't fully refresh anymore. They changed this a while ago. When you level, the vendors refresh. Okay, let's go back and check. We are 6. Worst case scenario, in 3 levels, we get 20 intelligence. That's not a scenario we want to exist. So no int here, no lapis even. That's kind of unlucky. We got strength and we got int or dex, but no intelligence. So what we do now is we're going to go ahead and check this shop, and surely, okay, no intelligence again. Nothing highlights, so that's just a very unlucky event that can happen. So we are just going to go back. Now at this point, you can go back to the witch and you can go level the witch. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go onward. And the only reason I'm going onward, because normally I would go back and I would kill them, but because of this unfortunate event, I'm going to move on and I'm going to try to get experience. Because getting experience is more important than getting a skill point, right? We can go back and we can get the skill point when we want, but doing a boss fight for like 3 minutes is just not the way to go, in my opinion. You could potentially try to gamble. I don't know how much gold I have, nor do I know like how that works at this level. I never really gamble at this level. I think the shield charge just do like more damage at this point. Okay. I want to use those goat horns. I mean, we could literally have 3 to maybe 4 times damage right now. Here we go. Let's check.
Hello.
You got another 3-link goat horn, which is great, except for the fact that we're too stupid to use it.
Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, nope. Still stupid. Okay. Moving on. Wow.
Stay sharp.
Wow. Okay. Let's continue. Surely everything fixes itself. No problem. This is actually the worst run I've ever had. And you don't want to know how many times I've played RF Chieftain. You don't want to know, man. Believe me. Like that. Where's the medium empty flask? Let's just use that. That'll help.
Slave is not a man. Slave is not even worthy of death.
Might even just be like a ground slam angle. And how bad it is. Okay. I think that we are gonna attempt to kill Dweller. Because if we kill Dweller right now, we get 20 int. Actually, did I just level? Oh, I just leveled. Am I that desperate? Yeah, let's check one more time. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, Nessa. Do you have intelligence for us? My character's feeling mighty stupid. No. Okay. Here, take this. This. Good. Okay. How about you? Do you have any intelligence for us? Nope. They said you're stupid. Okay, cool.
Farewell.
Going onward? The vendors don't need to completely refresh when you level. They refresh a little bit, which is better than nothing. I would appreciate if you guys would please stop telling me to check my regex. It's the same one I've used for years. I'm sure it could be optimized, but there's no reason to change things in the middle of a run. Thank you for your patience. Weller is going to be rough. Okay. I think it's here. Here we go. I cannot update the Twitch Armory. Sorry. This feels like an a T16 boss. Yeah, this is the worst end of the spectrum you could possibly get. And that's okay. Because it's even at the worst, it's still doable. The second we kill this guy, our world is gonna change. Okay.
Hello.
Farewell.
There's our intelligence. Goat horn 1, goat horn 2. Put this over here. Take gems out. Prolif. Boom. Flame wall. Arcane surge.
Hello.
Vendor, 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 vendor. Out of curiosity, do you have int? Good. Okay, put that over there. I'm just gonna tap this on a goat horn. We got 10% spell damage, better than nothing. I'm gonna vendor you. We don't want you. We got faster attacks over there. That's for later. Okay. Now we just gotta get rolling magma a few levels. Then we gotta go back to Hail Rake. Maybe we just do Hail Rake right now, actually, while we're here. Let's go do it. Let's get that second Quicksilver. Get our second Quicksilver. Let's go. These are Fire and Ignite res mobs. Oh, never mind. They got one shot. You know why? Because we have damage. Even though it's a level 3 zone, our skill hasn't had a level up since we started, so it's okay. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Take the coral ring and relog. I'm gonna just vendor these, get them out of my inventory, take another Quicksilver flask, grab the momentum support, vendor these 3 bad boys, swap on a better life flask. Alright, let's go. Onward. Now, I'm going to skip a lot of mobs to try to make up for some lost time. We did get lucky. We found our lab trial right here. We're going to go run this. This is required so you can do Labyrinth. You don't have to run it now, but you will have to come back if you don't run it now. So I like to go over here. No combustion. Oh, yeah, we can get combustion right now, right? Yeah, that's true. Once we get into lower prison, we get combustion. That's very true. Thank you. Thank you for that. Little flustered with our bad RNG. So there's that one. Okay, let's leave. Really fast, let's go peep combustion. Should be from Nessa over here. There's our combustion for a transmute. We're going to swap that with Arcane Surge. We're going to go back. Transmute? Oh, that's so far away. There is a nice box over here if you hit the switch. Sometimes it can have a bunch of Quicksilver flasks. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I don't ever use Holy Flame Totem in my runs. You can see in the POB it states optional. It is intentionally there for people who do not like rolling magma.
I cannot do this yet.
That sounds like an iron ring or a 3... Oh, okay, there's a goat horn. That's good enough. 1 to 4. We just keep our current one. It's okay.
You're
I promise if you give rolling magma a chance, it's not nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Ignite proliferation is, in my opinion, the most enjoyable mechanic in Path of Exile. I don't know how people can't like it. But it's okay. Everyone's got their own opinion. Alright. Brutus time. Flame wall, and then just tap your rolling magma. Just keep tapping, don't stop. Put a new flame wall down, tap again. Always aim in front rather than ahead. When the flame wall goes down, just refresh it. If you run out of mana like this, you can just tap a portal. It's advantageous for people who struggle on things like this or have really bad damage like me right now to run 2 mana flasks. But I prefer the double Quicksilver, double life, so this is why I run 1, and I just use more portals, and I'm okay with that.
Your spirit is the plaything of the ancestors, slave master.
I'm gonna ID the body, and it has int, which is awesome. It's just, we're still too stupid, so. At this point, I believe we can get Vitality, so that is nice. From here, you can see the heavy lifting of Ignite Proliv. Watch. Ready? 1 flame wall, shoot 1 time. Watch the XP bar go up. 1 flame wall, shoot 1 time. Watch the XP bar.
Strength isn't everything.
1 flame wall, 1 shot. Portals, so I'm grabbing that.
I cannot do this yet.
And I like to kill blue packs. I'm a big fan of blue packs.
I cannot carry this.
I'm actually going to go sell because our inventory is completely full. So, vendor, 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 and keep. This moves to the side. Purchase item. Look, that's highlighting. That's from Lapis though, but it's still highlighting. We got our int piece. 50 years too late, but that's okay. I'm gonna grab my Vitality, put it on, purchase item, regex in. These are shield charge colors. I am kind of okay with that. I'm gonna buy that. Let's put our shield charge over here. And then we would want to put faster attacks over there. And then we want momentum later. We're not using it yet, but for later we would. You have puff, so you will have it int showing anyway. Sure, but I'm confused on why people like to talk so much about those same regex I've been using for a number of years. In fact, it was actually created from chat. Okay, I'm gonna drop a portal over here. I'm gonna put on that new body armor we got. Hit that. Come back.
If you take care. So.
I don't know why I did that. Take our ship graveyard. Come back in. Yes, but rare items are irrelevant because you don't have alks in the early game. So as I've explained numerous times, I will be more than happy at the end of this to update the regex, but not during. For this boss, you actually don't even have to kill it. You can just hit the slave, and then port over, and you're good. Okay, port out. I desperately want to shield charge right now to catch up for lost time, so that is what I am going to try to go ahead and do. So I am going to remove this one, put Flame Wall with Frost Blink over here, keep this to the side, hop on that shield, and we're just going to start shield charging right now. I'd prefer 2 greens for momentum, but this is what we have. Oh, this is what we have. And Frost Blinkaroo over here. If we can kill this essence fast, it's worth it. If not, I'm gonna skip. That's a skip for me. Essences are good because you can make items rare with them very easily, getting like kind of like lucky drops, right? Or just luck in general. It's a blue pack. They're up there. That's okay. Merveil time. Can I do this? Oh, okay. I think it's down here. Okay. What I like to do here, since she doesn't do that much damage to us, you just want to kind of move out of the place there. You just aim the rolling magma right in front of your toes, right? Like just in front of your toes. And that's often how you're able to get like the double hit. Sometimes you'll see the 1-2 if she's backed up a little bit. It can be a little hard with all the chill, but that's kind of where like the big damage can come in from. We're definitely still on the lower side of damage, especially because we're using a shield and we didn't really find anything too special, I would say. But very achievable still, not a problem. Here, you want to be a little weary of her screech. When she starts screeching, I would back up. Usually screeches if you go melee like this. And now we back up so we don't get as many stacks. You want to make sure that you're not standing in those vortexes over there. And you want to make sure you kill these squids right away, because if you don't, they're going to explode on you and they're going to stun you. Those red squids you saw are the ones that do that. Now, the reason I ported there is because I just ran out of mana. They're the red squids I'm talking about. You can use your Frost Blink here to instantly reposition yourself. Using Shield Charge is really slow here because you get chilled. Frost Blink is an instant skill, so if you look, you can just reposition like that.
Your curse is over, Siren. Rest. All life is twisted.
That's a Chrome, Muling. Okay. I am gonna just clean out my whole inventory here as I don't need it. So goodbye. See you later. Actually, I don't have gloves, so we'll keep the gloves. Okay. Gonna go peek over here. What do we have available? Probably nothing. That is alright. I'm just gonna go take a second glance at everything, and we are good to go. Yeah, let's do that.
Travel far.
Ooh, another Quicksilver. Too bad we don't really need that. We could use it to make boots, though. I don't know if we can upgrade our boots with that. I forgot. Now, I prefer to go the right side. It is actually kind of important the direction you choose to go when you're in this act. And the reason that it's important is if you decide to fight Oak early, you're going to have a really tough time. We never want to fight Oak very early. He is pretty much one of the last guys we want to fight. So because of this reason, don't go left first, go right first. The reason I pop strong boxes is just for monster density. You do want to be careful though, because there is a chance when you open the strong box you can get frozen. So that is something to be wary of. What's nice as well is in the new league, you're going to have access to what's called grafts. Kind of like skin grafting. You graft the breach hands into your body. There's going to be a plethora of them, and I'm sure there's going to be a number that are good for leveling. Now, I picked up a pair of boots, and I can kind of do something fancy with these boots, but I don't know if I want to. What we are able to do is I could try doing my shield charge setup in the boots, but then I'd have to I would have to basically use Quicksilvers to do the recipe. There's a Quicksilver recipe on boots to create movement speed boots. If you vendor a Quicksilver with a pair of boots and I believe an augment orb, you can find it. Or you can do it. It's also good to run through the middle here. If you run through the middle, the waypoint is located in the middle, and the reason you want to do this is if you end up not finding the labyrinth trial, then you're going to want to come back here with a waypoint. So we're just going to tap that waypoint there. And if you see the waypoint, the way it indicates is the correct way. So right over here is the stairs down. Okay. From here, there's two things. There's the lab trial, and there's the boss, Vitalitis. We're looking for both. Find the boss before the trial, that's okay. Thank you everyone for all the support. Alerts are going to be muted till the end of this run. Okay, let's go put some points in. We are 3 levels off of Righteous Fire right now. This guy doesn't do too much damage. Neither do we, but that's beside the point. Scepter. Scepters are good for Righteous Fire. Also, at this point, we could potentially remove wands depending on what we get. That Scepter is actually very good for damage. It's extremely good. The spell damage there, the 20% spell damage with the big lightning dispels, would make this pretty strong. Now, unfortunately, I don't have backup 3-link items. And let's see, I like taking Herald of Thunder here. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to vendor the rest of this crap that we don't need. I'm going to put this right over here. Let's see if we can find any useful links for us. There's 15 movement speed boots. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Getting really unlucky with our links. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to Act 1 really fast, and we're just going to go ahead and peek and see if there's anything we can find from Act 1. Well, there's the intelligence gear that I showed you highlights. Unfortunately, we're a bit past that, so, you know, that's pretty typical. That is pretty typical to see. Let's see. Nothing here. That's not bad. That's a chromatic, but we don't need that. I'll just take it for later. Okay, let's go onward. So what we can check is our magma is currently 64.7. I can put on this weapon and look at the damage now, and it is 109. So you can see how much damage we're actually getting from that. It is quite extreme. So no combustion at the moment. I'm favoring elemental proliferation primarily because of the lightning damage. So what we need now is we need level 16, and on top of level 16, we also really need some more blue sockets on our gear. We're getting pretty bad here with the RNG, and we really need some more blue sockets. How to become a chromatic orb? Because an item that has RBG linked in any of those combinations, as long as it has red, blue, and green, will turn into a chromatic orb. That's also a chromatic. You can see it on the filter. We're kind of under leveled because we are kind of ZDPS right now, which means we really want to just kill mobs. Killing mobs is going to give us access to Righteous Fire, which we desperately need. We also missed a passive from Fairgraves. The reason I know this is because it says 1 passive right here when we should normally have 2. So there's an easy way to fix this. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to show you a way to get another passive very quickly. So if you're in a scenario like this where you just feel incredibly weak like me, right? What we can do is we can just speed through the riverways. We're going to just go through. We're not really worrying about objectives right now. We're just going to zoom through like this. Any big density, you want to just shoot some rolling magmas at them. Here's a blue pack. We kind of need that. We're desperate for XP. Careful of the carpet bomb. Bestiary is kind of mad. That's this little guy here. There's a plague mask. That's okay. Maybe we need those colors, but unfortunately I need that helmet. I'm gonna zip through. If you come right up here like this, you can frost blink over this ledge. Okay, there's 16. That's pretty good. Shrines are typically associated with monster density, so whenever you see this icon on the map, there's usually a lot of mobs surrounding it. Alright, now here in Western Forest, you can get a guaranteed skill point. So I'm going to check my portals. I only have 1 portal scroll left, which is not ideal, but, you know, thus is life. So what we're going to do is we are simply going to move all the way to the end here. We just allocate a quick point right there. Consort, we're going to need that. There's a cleaver there. I want that too. That's a chrome. Okay. Of course, this guy has to get ghosted. It's like everything that could go wrong is going wrong in this. Kind of crazy. Kind of cool, though. Makes it different. Okay, let's grab that. We're going to hit this, and when you hit this, what we're going to do now is you can drop a portal. I'm just going to go to character selection. What this is going to do is it's going to allow us to get our skill point from here. There's 2 skill points to grab now. Yeah, so let me vendor you. I could ID the wand. Maybe we ID the wand. Let's see. I don't want it. Has no flat damage. Goodbye. Okay, the shield is better than what we have, but we lack blues very badly, so we're just going to vendor that. And maybe that, I'm not sure. Looking at our currency stash, we have nothing to our name, so that's okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to redeem the skill point here, and then we're going to get our second skill point. So this is going to allow us to set up our Righteous Fire with this mastery. The first thing that we need to do, since we got unlucky and didn't find any iron rings, is we're going to go ahead and just buy 2 iron rings. Now, if you don't want to do this, you can just look for ruby rings instead. So you can check Act 2, and you can go ahead, for example, and see if there are ruby rings. Usually there's not. So there's like 1. That one's actually incredibly strong. That's unethical. We're not going to take that. Even though I really want that, I might take that, chat. That's kind of broken. Okay, how much is that an alteration? I'm just going to swipe that. You don't usually find stuff like that in the campaign. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're coming to our hideout. If you don't have the hideout, I think it's Helena's quest, Dread Thicket, you might need to do. If you vendor these iron rings and you vendor them with red gems, any red gems of your choice, you can print 2 ruby rings. By using the ruby rings, we can come to our crafting bench and look at our transmutations. By using transmutations, you can craft fire resistance for right here, 16 to 20. So we're going to craft one of those. Ideally, you craft it on the second ring, but I have this ring, so I'm keeping this ring. Now I'm going to craft it on this amulet. That's a suffix, that's suffix, that's suffix. I'm going to go see if there is a leather belt for sale. So let's see if we have a leather belt. Leather belt gives life implicit. You don't have to run them. You can just run heavy belts. Heavy belts are fine too. I'm going to go peek Act 1 really fast and see if Act 1 has a heavy belt for, or a leather belt for us. There is a leather belt right here, so I'm going to take the higher implicit. So that one is the 35. Also going to check, maybe we get some 3 links. There are quartz scepters, which are pretty good, but that's not what we really need right now. This has a lot of blues, but it's not in the right spot. These have some decent blues. What is my current gloves? They don't do that much. We're just going to buy these out, no problem. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to come back to our hideout over here. We're going to take our newfound gloves. We're going to come over here. We're going to craft fire resistance like this. Right there. And then we're going to put on the belt and we're going to craft fire resistance. Now, I think I have around 140. So we have 128 fire res. You'll notice if I try to run Righteous Fire right now, which I forgot to go actually claim it from the quest. Remember that boss we killed, Finalizing, the guy when we did no damage? By talking to Silk and turning that in, you're actually able to buy the Righteous Fire gem right here. Now, if you go ahead and look, right, and we equip this right here, and we run Righteous Fire, we're actually going to degen. However, you put the mastery in, and now you regen. So that's pretty much why you want that mastery. It is very important for the build. Pretty much gets everything running from the ground up. There is actually the 3 blue right here that chat called out. That's nice. Every time I click my hideout macro, it removes the regex, which makes it a little tricky to try to keep up with. So LE Prolif, Rolling Magma, and Combustion, which we are going to go ahead and grab right over there. And then we're going to do Flame Wall and Frostblink, and then Surge is not really very important. At this point, on the Witch, I'm actually curious. We're going to do a quick little test really fast. I want to do a quick test to see if the Witch gets efficacy at this point, because efficacy would actually give some nice damage. If it doesn't, it's okay. There is actually... yeah, there is no efficacy. Okay, I don't know why somebody was suggesting it. Let's go ahead and switch back to our other character, which is this one. It is now time to start zooming through the campaign. So let's go ahead and go. On a second note, something else I want to go ahead and do. We need to finish up the crypt. And on top of this, we need to put in our Herald of Thunder. So I'm going to drop the Arcane Surge. The reasoning for Herald of Thunder right now is it's just giving us flat damage. Flat damage is a damage type in POE that really helps you in the early game. Flat damage is pretty much the best way to scale in the early game. That's pretty much why you want it. You could also take Herald of Ice if you prefer. Herald of Thunder allows you to shock, and shock is a damage multiplier, which is why I like going down that route. Gonna take the Twig Spirit Shield. I don't want to replace it over my current one. Okay, let's grab this, swap on our Life Flask, kill a rare, punch him in the face. The only thing I want to do now is I want to pivot to what's called a Turquoise Amulet, which is a Dexterity Intelligence hybrid amulet. And the reasoning for that is I want to use Blood Rage. Blood Rage is maybe not something I would recommend for the newer players. It provides an extra degen on your character. However, it also provides you with the ability to get Frenzy charges in the campaign, which increase your damage and your clear speed because they give you attack speed. I think at this point, I'm looking for another, like, green, red. Green, red would give me momentum, which would be pretty nice right now. Just be extra speed for the shield charge. Okay, grab that. Just move this around, grab the wood splitter, and I'm just gonna log 2 character selection. Can you expand on that? Sure. Attack speed helps your shield charge. Makes your shield charge faster. Don't need this coral ring. Save this over there. We're not using this anymore. This quest gives us a skill point, so we're going to take that. We want to grab the fire res there, and then we also want to grab nomadic teachings. Okay. From here, we're going to go ahead and go kill Weaver. If you are struggling with mana, you have an option of putting life tap on your shield charge. So with these current links, I could set that up. Life tap is going to make it so your shield charge consumes life instead. Did also forget about the Blood Rage again, so we'll have to go back and look. There is a 3 blue Scholar's Robe and a... Is that a Tear of Purity or whatever it's called? That's the one that grabs you Purity of Elements. Wow. Okay. That's actually like a pretty good item to use this early in the campaign. What I'm going to do is... I'm not going to put the aura on because I want you guys to like be on the same pace as me. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to equip it like this. And I'm just not going to use the aura. Purity of Elements we actually pick up in the next act, so that's kind of cool. Okay. Now that Weaver is dead, we can turn that quest in. I don't care about any of these links. I'm going to keep the Scholar's Robe. I'm going to vendor these because I don't use the links. I'm going to put the Scholar's Robe here in case I need it for later. I'm going to go just type my regex into Groose, or not Groose, never mind. Regex is in here, regex. Okay, and copy. What do we have? 3 green with 15% movement speed is kind of nice. Actually kind of like those. The issue is I technically don't have enough transmutations. Yeah. So I can't buy them because I only have 1, and I think it's trying to pull from my other stuff, and I don't want it to do that. This other one. That one's not as good. I want these. We're just gonna move on. It's okay. Alright. We want Blood Rage, so we have an open green. Let me go ahead and check Yina. She should have Blood Rage up at the top here. I'm gonna put that right there. Next up, we are going to go kill Alira. Sorry the campaign run got a little out of order. Sometimes, unfortunately, things kind of happen. Now, from here, you want to look for a crumbled road. It's always on the opposite side of Weaver. So you see where the road is crumbling here? This is how we know to find Alira. So I'm going to start just charging through. I'm going to just look for the crumbled road. You can see it over here. This will take you to Alira. Alira is right here. Now, don't be confused. A lot of League starters tell you to help Alira. We are not other League starters. We are Righteous Fire Chieftain. We don't benefit from Alira really at all. So I'd recommend killing Alira. Your only two choices in my head would be killing all bandits for a bonus skill point, or my personal favorite, helping Creighton for movement speed. So that's what we're gonna do, which means we kill him last. And by kill him last, I mean we don't actually kill him. We just interact with him after we kill Oak. Speaking of Oak, we are on the way to Oak. At this point in time, you can do what's known as the RF check to see how strong your character is. The RF check essentially has you AFK Oak to see if your character is built somewhat correctly. And my character will have a little bit less regeneration than normal, and that's because I just have a little bit less fire res than I would usually have. But to do the Oak check, you quite literally interact with them, hit kill, and then you open up your favorite drink of your choice, and you sip away. A little close, but we won. Alright, moving on. A little close, but we still won. I didn't even press anything, so. Like I said, the character is definitely on the weaker side of my runs. We've definitely had much better runs than this, I'll tell you that. Okay, let's go on. We did actually get... Hold on. We did actually get a transmute, which means I can yoink this right here, throw a chrome, hit a red, hit a red, hit a red, okay? Equip them, faster attacks, shield charge, momentum, put vitality up there, vendor these. I'm actually going to use this flask, it's a bubbling. Good. Now that we have killed Oak, we can turn around and we can go and help Creighton, who should be this way. I'm stupid. He is this way. Don't listen to me. Wait a minute. No. I am stupid. He's this way. I thought I was in the next zone. Don't mind me. I'm a little weird today. All right, cool. To the broken bridge. To the broken bridge.
Thank you, my ancestors. I will repay your...
Grab the waypoint. Yeah, 4 hours of sleep. Was up late at last night helping people, doing collaborations, getting some stuff done. Okay, help. There's my movement speed bonus. We'll fix that in editing. No, we won't, but that's okay. I want this video out like tonight, so there's no time to edit it. We just one take it. Now that we have done that, we get the apex and we are able to continue. If you feel like your character is a bit weak, kill the rare monsters. If they take too long, skip them. Three-link helmet. Oh, nice. There is no auto-activate RF. I put RF on my second bar, and I just spam my second bar hotkeys. And right as I get a new pair of boots, you want to know what freaking drops? A helmet with the colors that I wanted. This game is not nice to me today. You get 8% movement speed for helping Creighton. These guys are always pretty squishy, this like monster type. I only respect the movement speed at like Annihilation's approach, which is very far into the POE. Gonna hit this strong box. Surely that's worth it. So some future things we're gonna get forward to do, or go forward and do, is we are gonna work on replacing Flame Wall, because let's be real, it's kind of clunky. Fortunately, we cannot replace Flame Wall for a little bit. When we get into the next act, we're going to pick up what's called a curse, and that's going to be called Flammability. That is basically going to enable another button press to our build. To offset that, we drop Flame Wall. When I say drop, I mean remove it. Not like we drop Flame Wall and then use it as well. Nobody does this ritual. I don't like to spend a lot of time in the campaign. I prefer to finish the campaign quickly and focus on the parts of the game I like, which is the end game. To me, the campaign is just something to get done with during the character building process. Now, if you feel like your regen is not where you'd like it to be, for some context right now, I am running 182 life regen, but that's not actually 182 because your Righteous Fire is pulling from your health pool, right? Or from your regen. So, we are actually soon going to get a super crazy regeneration node, and that is called Hardy. The next couple of points we put in are actually going to go directly to that. That's a bear. There's no way that bear is squishy, so we're skipping that. There's the waypoint. From here, we are going to our next act boss, who is known as the Vol Oversoul. Overseer? Oversoul? I don't actually know. This whole way was a dead end? Why is that? GGG, why? Who does that? Look at that layout. Draw that in MS Paint. I bet you can't. Portal scroll. We need those. Boink. I want to say it's here. There it is.
I cannot do this.
I don't typically interact with any league mechanics in the campaign. I just like to be done with the campaign. That doesn't mean you should do that. That's just me, right? As someone who's played this game for 12 years, 13 years, I don't know, man. Like, I lived with my mom and dad when I started playing POE, and now I have gray hair, and I haven't lived with them for over 10 years. So, like, the amount of times I've done the campaign, I mean, to be fair, the campaign has changed a lot, but, like, I've lived, like, you know, a quarter of my life, not a quarter, like a tenth of my, an eighth of my, you get the point. I'm old now, yeah. I'm old now. Okay. So, this is where we're going to. This is Hardy, what I was talking about. Damage will be a bit better here, but not where we want it to be yet. You can see the RF is doing a decent amount here. It's important to make sure that you are spamming your rolling magma so you can trigger the combustion. Combustion, whenever you ignite, is when it applies. That lowers their fire res a little bit, making you do more damage. That's 7% right there. That's the shock I'm talking about. That allows your basically everything to do 7% more damage, right? Your RF is doing more damage, your Ignite's doing more damage, your initial hit off of your rolling magma is doing more damage, and it just gets a lot better from here, right? We're getting out of the Getting out of the poo-poo times right now, so that's nice. Okay. You know what? You can carry that. You log off the character selection here, you can actually just teleport right to the next part. I'm gonna just start vendoring all of this. We don't need that. This one we're gonna keep just in case, so I'll put that right there. That was weird. I was like going to yawn, and then I like hiccuped and burped at the same time. Because I'm drinking this root beer that has like a lot of... It's like really, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, bubbly, you know? So you gotta like burp sometimes. That was very weird. Carbonated. Yeah, that's what... There's the word I'm looking for. Carbonated. See, my regen is really starting to suffer here. Our res is 140, but we'll be fixing that soon, so don't worry. No, the fire res on combustion is everything. It's specifically enemies ignited by your skills. So in this case, rolling magma have -10 fire res. Oh, here we go. That's awesome. That's not normal. But you know what? We need all the RNG we can get. So we just got a 4-link with the right colors. That's amazing. It's amazing. Okay, so what we want with that blue or that red there is that red is going to be life tap. And later on, this can just pivot into... Later on, you can just pivot into Righteous Fire with these colors. So we're just going to ID it. It looks very good. We're just going to migrate our gems over like 1, 2, 3. Put that on. Drop the other one on the floor. No disrespect, but I don't want you anymore. I think that's the trial right there. Nope, never mind. We got to go this way. This is the exact same pathing that POB takes. All of my POBs take this pathing on RF Chieftain. Maybe you're looking at a different build that's not RF Chieftain. I will do some changes to the pathing later, but we're not at that point yet. There is, quite frankly, nowhere else you can really go with the tree right now. Link boots. I don't know, what am I, did I get the... Okay, so my brain is derping because I already did this, so, like, I did this on the other character. Did I hit that? Surely I hit that. Good enough. Okay, no problem. I don't know what just happened there. Boys, make sure if you're doing a campaign run, you're on more than 4 hours of sleep. That's my #1 recommendation for you. Okay. This is the regen nodes I'm talking about. Hardy and the Mastery. There's no reason for you to do that much damage, okay?
Enough of this.
Okay. Character selection, log in. This is when we get our curse. What we want is, we specifically want red, blue for our links. So, we're just gonna check here really fast. I don't want anything like here actually specifically, so what we're gonna do is just go look at the vendors. My helmet is essentially nothing, so what I'm going to do here is just type in helmet and just see what they have available. Of course, there is nothing except for this battered helm, which actually does have the right colors for 1 wisdom. So I will do that. Now, I do want this vitality still. And this weapon, as nice as it is, it's kind of outdated. So is there any scepters here? I don't want that one. Okay. So this is cold damage over time multiplier, which is not good for us. That doesn't do anything. I can check. I don't know if we're able to craft fire damage yet. The minimum craft is 16 and we're 24, so surely we could actually craft that. So we're just going to do that. I'm just going to hit this right here because I should be able to craft that. It's 16 versus 24, so I'm spending my 4 alts to do this. Now, if you're unable to get this right now, that's okay. I'm going to show you where you get it from, so don't worry. Like, it's okay. Assuming that I'm incorrect here, I know exactly, like, I'm pretty sure where it comes from. It's the Solaris Temple level 2. I don't actually know what I just vendored there. Okay, let's go over here.
Hello.
I wasn't sure if it was flat fire or percent fire. So we want flammability right here. Put that in. And then we want to go get 2 life tabs. You vendored your 4-link helm. I don't think I had a 4-link helm. Life tap. So here's 2 life taps for our transmutes. We're going to grab those. Life tap there, and life tap for the magma. And now we are going to continue, and we don't need flame wall anymore. So, flame wall, let's go ahead and drop that. All the boots. That's okay. Oh, sorry. One more thing to grab would be Purity of Elements. It's time to grab Purity of Elements. Yeah. You can go get it exactly where you got the flammability gem. I have it right now, so I'm just going to turn it on from here. Now we are looking for the sewers. The sewers, let's see. Rolling magma be replaced by fire trap in the endgame. Replaced even in the campaign, yes. You can see all of it if you glance through the path of building. Okay, where is Flame Wall? You're gone. Instead, we use Flammability. Now here you have a choice on... What the heck is this? You have a choice on whether or not you want to use Herald of Thunder, which will increase rolling magma damage, or you can run Vitality instead, which will increase your life regen. Really up to you at this point. Go with what you feel is better for you. If you want to be more tanky, then run Vitality. I don't need any Vol Gems for my build. There is a Vol Gem I will use far into the late game, but not while leveling. In fact, you sabotage yourself if you use Vol RF while leveling, because you're leveling in RF, that's going to be incredibly difficult to quality. That is a 4-link mask. I'm going to keep that to the side. In fact, it is technically better than what we have. Alright. Do that, and I'm going to put Frostblink in there, so Frostblink is also life tapped. Now, because I'm life tapping everything, I'm going to switch to Vitality. Perfect. I like to put attack while not moving, or whatever it's called, on most of my skills. Pretty much all of them, I think. Back. We're We're going to need to go in here to go get our lab trial. Alright, we got Hardy. That's big regen. And then the next mastery is big regen as well.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. Not where I wanted to go. I saw that, and I thought that was the lab trial, but that is not the lab trial. Here's the lab trial. Okay. Okay. That one is completed. We got 2 more trials left. I'm just going to port out of here. And then I'm going to turn in these 3 busts here. At this point, it's not a bad idea to identify gear to sell, as you're going to want some gear, or some, I believe, alterations for library. Now I'm going to take the 50 life recovery mastery. Now is a good time to state that if you open up the path of building, right? Inside the path of building, in the top right feature is the loadout feature that I showed at the beginning of the video. We are currently level 26, so you could open up the second bracket for the loadout, and you could also go read the notes for this level section. It will provide some extra information for players who want some more help. Yeah, I have to update that YouTube link, the Vault guide. I will not be posting my content on Vault anymore. I've moved over to Mobilytics. So on Twitch, we have that set up. On YouTube, I gotta edit that command still. Okay, you want to grab this ribbon spool. Now we are in docks. I'm going to just see if this guy's squishy, we kill him. He's kind of squishy, we'll kill him. I don't care too much about the waypoint here because I don't ever come back to docks. What we just want is this sulfite right here. I'm going to log off. If you did not get the waypoint, do not log off. The waypoint is typically on the way to that quest item in Battlefront that we pick up down here, so pretty much always get it. And remember that fire damage craft I accidentally unethically crafted? You should be able to get that recipe from here. Not literally here, but this next zone that we're going.
This is the eternal way, pretty and lifeless. My mana is gone.
Thank you so much for the gifted, man. I can't really pay attention to notifications right now, sorry. I'll call out more stuff when the run is over. Thank you for all the support, everybody. Okay, now that we are in Temple 2, we are just looking for Diala, the one who says, not a cockroach. There we go. I think you're supposed to follow this carpet, but maybe I'm wrong. Speak to Diala. Grab either the Int or the Dex one. You're going to need Dex for Fire Trap. I like moving to the turquoise amulet I was talking about. And this here is where you get the recipe that I have crafted on. Okay. Skill point. We are now starting the trek to go north. Okay. Now we can go to the sewers. I'm going to do a quick res check. They changed that the carpet no longer leads to her. It doesn't? I personally skip this. It's not really a big deal. If you want to use, I think it's Armageddon Brand, you can kill him, or Armageddon Brand might actually be library. I just personally skip it. Not really necessary for us. Whenever you see a shrine, just go run into it. Shrines give good density. Blue packs are worth killing too. If you're kind of zooming, you can see they give lots of XP. I'm going to skip this contempt because there's a boss by it. We are 2 levels under, so we're going to want to start killing a little bit more now. This guy's ghosted. He's going to die pretty fast, so I think it's worth killing. Maybe? Not really sure. Maybe, let's see. It was okay. The thing is, right now, our RF is like kind of like the weakest it's going to be because we don't have a single supporting link for it. The minute we get library, we can support our Righteous Fire with actual support gems. The damage is going to double on the skill. It's going to be much, much cleaner to progress. We're just not at that point yet. Okay, another ring mail. That's kind of crazy. Save that. So the trick with this zone is once you start going up, you never go back down. So here we went up. Do not ever go back down, otherwise you'll end up just backtracking. Just keep moving forward. You see a box, pop it open. Now that you have Purity of Elements, you will no longer get frozen. From here, we are just going to go... Oh, there's a leather belt. North. You have big life? Oh, it's got big life! Okay, cool. That means we can go back and we can actually craft fire resistance on that. Life is a prefix. Fire resistance craft is a suffix. Okay. I think you're supposed to go the way with... Is it 1 cart here? Let's see.
I cannot do this yet.
There's a strong box. My favorite. Perfect. Blue pack. And another blue pack. And a shrine? Big shrine, actually. Juicy. There's usually a blue pack right here. And then there's another blue pack up at the top of these stairs. Right in the middle where they converge. Right here is usually a blue pack. I doubted myself for a second and then I saw them pop up. Okay, we're just getting links on links on links, but I don't need half of these, so... Remember, you want to keep the flammability up as much as possible. So that's that icon above her head. You see it right there? That's very big. When she's teleporting, you can see where she teleports to. You can try to deny her by killing the portal she's trying to teleport to. Okay, I'm just going to hit that up, and we're going to log out and log back in. And when you do this, make sure you run over here so you can grab your bonus skill point. This. Now I'm going to go to my hideout really fast, and I'm going to go ahead and craft fire res on that new belt I found. So this little basic craft right there. Then I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of some stuff. So IDU, we don't really need that. Vendor, let's IDU. That's not very good. Let's check the shield. That's better than what we have. We'll save this and then vendor you, and we don't need that, so get out of here. Okay, let's put this body armor over there to cook. We're gonna swap our shield, just get rid of the old one, no problem. Swap on a better life flask, move that over. Don't need this other quicksilver, and let's go progress. What I'm gonna go ahead and do right now is I'm gonna go ahead and slap my regex into the shop, which can also highlight some 4 links. There's a 4-link helmet, but 66 dexterity is unfortunately quite a bit, so I'm gonna skip that. This is around the time when you can start gambling for a 4-link, which is pretty nice. Okay, now we're just gonna keep moving north. We want to go ahead and make it to the Divine Judgment over here for a ton of damage. Strength node. This area has porcupines. Porcupines are basically a mob type that explodes when you kill it. That can get very spooky. So just be a little weary of that.
I cannot do this yet.
Those are those porcupines. If you heard the explosion, there's a blue one right here. These guys, have you seen them? Okay, that spot to the left should be library. I'm gonna look for the waypoint, which should hopefully be here. Here it is. There's the waypoint. The reason I didn't pick up that full chainmail is we have a 4-link body armor. The chances of us replacing it is not very common, right? We ideally are only replacing it with another 4-link that has better stats, and that's just not a priority to us. It would be much better for us to focus on getting other pieces of gear, or for example, another 4-link. The reason we want another 4-link is because we want to support our Righteous Fire alongside our Rolling Magma. That is when we're going to turn to gambling. Now in this instance, it would be advantageous for me to gamble helmets or gloves. The reason helmets or gloves is the following. Your weapon and your offhand cannot get 4-link. Your boots, typically, it's like, for me, it's mandatory to have movement speed. So that leaves the glove slot, and that leaves the helmet slot. Even though the helmet is already 4-link, those are not the correct colors for me, so they're a bit weird to use. Usually go left. Let's go check right. Through right, I'm going left. Should have trusted my gut. It never lies. Except for right there. Okay, there we go. I want to take a special moment to say thank you everybody for asking me so many questions during my recording. Where were all of you guys yesterday and the day before and the weeks before that? I'll be more than happy to answer anything I can when my run is over. For now, I like to stick primarily to what's happening in the run itself for YouTube. That's not very good. I do these types of recording every single league, and I like to try to be consistent with them. Is armor or evasion better? Well, evasion doesn't really give us much benefit. We don't really have evasion on the tree. Occasionally I will use one evasion piece for easy coloring for Fire Trap. Since you just got a Chaos Orb, what would you recommend buying? At this stage in the game, there's not too much you could get. You could look for a Kikizuru ring. It gives you a lot of life regen. Other items are probably going to be expensive at this stage. You could look for a Pyre ring. I'm sure that's expensive. Alright, let's go ahead and vendor.
You're looking sharp.
It's actually kind of good on the regen, but I'm vendoring it. Carnage Heart, goodbye. Also is better than Giant. into the library. Okay, now that library is completed, we'll take a short little breather. Remember to have the path of building open and look at where you are. So here's an example. I'm currently level 30, yeah? If I look over here in the loadout feature, I'm in the 21 to 40. You can look at the skills and items and tree. Furthermore, right over here is where we are. So if you look here, we are currently going to library. We want fire trap, efficacy, elemental focus, swift affliction, trap and mind damage, and burning. So let's start with that. We want fire trap. If you have bonus currency, buy a couple of them. We also want efficacy and elemental focus. So efficacy, elemental focus. Okay. We also want, now it's just taking from all the currency that's in my inventory, trap and mind damage and burning damage. Trap and mind damage. Say swift affliction on there. Swift affliction. Swift affliction and burning damage. Perfect. Now we want to hit level 31. Once I hit 31, I'm going to start gambling. Now you could gamble earlier. There's no harm. The reason I'm waiting for 31 is because I can't use like the burning damage gem yet anyway. So I'm just going to continue. Now, on my weapon swap, I'm going to put a green piece of gear. And the reasoning I'm putting a green piece is I want to level my fire trap. In fact, this is mandatory. If you don't level your fire trap, you are not going to be able to use it later. You have to level the fire trap. POE is a little weird when it comes to gems. Not all classes get the same gems. And because not all classes get the same gems, it creates this weird imbalance. So if you're getting a gem from library, it's automatically fixed at level 1. It's going to need time to level. Now what I'm going to do is I'm intentionally going to kill rare mobs and bigger packs because I want to hit 31 before I fight Dominus. This allows me to get a second 4-link when I'm fighting Dominus, which is kind of big. So that's what we're aiming for. In fact, what I could do just right now, for the sake of it, is I could take Righteous Fire and I could put it in my shield and put the other blue links, but I'm literally gonna hit B31 right now, so it's not really important, right? In fact, we're actually 31. So I'm gonna go ahead and move over here. We're gonna just go into the Scepter of God. Then we're gonna, not do that. Why does that keep happening? Go over here, teleport back, and it's Gamba time. So, two options. You can go Armor ES, you can go Pure ES. I'm gonna go Pure ES because knowing my luck, I'm gonna have to use like 500 chromatics. So I'm gonna type in gloves right over here on the search. I'm gonna move my gems over here. I'm gonna move my Blood Rage here. Then I'm gonna go ahead and gamble Pure Energy Shield gloves. Now, our goal, right? Our goal is that, wait, didn't I have 390k? How do I still have 390k? Is my gold bugged? I didn't spend gold on anything. Am I dumb? I don't understand how that works. My gold gambling is a little messed up because of my account, but surely you can afford 3 pairs of gloves by the time you're level 31. I promise you can. There is no way you cannot. So from here, since we got a 4-link, right, what we're going to go ahead and do is try to color it the correct levels. I had no gold on a fresh run. You always have gold at this stage. There's no way you don't have gold. Every single one of my runs here, I gamble, it's totally fine. So we hit our correct colors, we're good to go. In fact, this has a suffix open and a prefix open. So you got no gold today. To be fair, it might be, you know what? It might be a bug with standard, actually. There might be some weird bug with standard. That absolutely could be a thing. You're not wrong there. I understand. Now we're going to slap on the Righteous Fire, remove those gloves. We're going to vendor like this. And I have 2 options here. I can craft life, I can craft fire res. Just to make things simple, we're gonna go fire res. Gold is shared between all characters. Yes, but I haven't played any characters since playing this one. There is just something weird with gold right now. Okay, onward. No, it's also not, yeah, it's not 1.4k to gamble either. That's because it's being, like, fixed to the level of my characters. So I will do as little gambling as possible. Should have put all of your gold in King's March. Well, that would have helped if you suggested that, unfortunately, an hour and 42 minutes ago, you know? But thank you. That's a good idea for the future. These runs always get messy because it's in the middle of account migration, and it's towards the last week, and unfortunately, you just can't have a perfect clean run. Does he even read YouTube chat? Yes, but if you read the title of the YouTube chat, you'll know I'm recording something for a YouTube run. Unless it's not actually saying that, in which case that's my fault.
Cannot do this yet.
Let's go to the left. With chat, there's also information pinned in the chat for you. Okay, ominous time. Let's see how we do. Damage feels okay. Sustain feels okay. A little spooky as usual because of all the shotgunning.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Die in all.
So when this guy does Touch of God, you want to move. I like to just spiral when he does that, so you can just do this, and then you can just post.
The touch of God. Nightmare prevails. This world is an illusion, exile.
Clean out my inventory. I forgot, I actually neglected the gems here. We need to level these ASAP. Okay. Let's go back.
Follow a dead river to the foot of Kita.
What?
Purchase any greens. So there's a green right there. You don't have to like buy this one specifically, right? You can buy whatever. I'm just gonna buy them because they're just available to me right here. So we're gonna buy that, put it right there. And we're just gonna buy this axe and slap it there, and I can level the gems that I was talking about.
Going? Hello. Going?
If you need some extra XP on the sides here, there's always a guaranteed blue pack. I don't want to interrupt my run anymore to adjust titles on Twitch, adjust titles on YouTube, create commands. I want to finish my run because it is a long recording, usually around 5 to 7 hours. The faster I get through it, the faster we can change everything. In the future, I will spend more time on trying to rectify this, although from my experience, there's always going to be something wrong. It's just the nature of how it is. Whenever I record things publicly, people always want to try to kind of help out, and that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but at the end of the day, I just got to get it done. There is a little mini boss right there. I like to kind of skip it. The more stopping requires the more editing, and I don't really want to edit this because we just don't have time. There's so much content to make in such a short period of time after GGG launches the information.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Okay, we have made it to the next act. Now, in this act, there's a little bit of decision making here. So you can decide on a few things, right? The first thing is, you can decide if you want to run a golem that's going to give you damage, or that's going to give you survivability. If you want to opt for more damage, I would recommend Flame Golem. If you want more survivability, I would recommend Stone Golem. When I say survivability, I primarily mean life regeneration. It's also important to note that we are coming soon to an area known as Labyrinth that has a lot of traps that do damage to your health pool. Having the Stone Golem can provide some extra recovery in there, since we're also running Righteous Fire, which is draining our health pool. So that is one thing to take note of. Okay, I missed him. He must be over here to the left. Here we go. This is him. Okay, move out of the charge, run back in. When he looks like he's doing his big slam like that, you can just Frost Blink away, re-engage, move away from the charge, move away from that, go back in, and he's dead. Okay, this is where we get access to our golem. All we have to do is turn in the banner over here, move over to the right, and then we can just turn it in right over here.
Bye-bye.
For this, I'm going to optimize for, or opt in for Flame Golem, because I'm okay with my defenses. That can just sit right in my scepter over there. Now, you could go back and you could run Labyrinth. I did miss one trial, I think it was in the hedge area. That's going to be over here in Act 3. Before you go to not before, but in the Imperial Gardens, there's a section there. I may forget it. I'll try not to. The reason I'm not running Labyrinth yet is I like to go through Crystal Veins to try to hit level 34, so we get our Golem out before Labyrinth. And also because we are really close to a big damage node known as Divine Judgment. This node is 50% increased fire, or increased damage, elemental damage specifically, which is very needed considering how far we have traveled on our tree to get these damage nodes. We have been putting in a lot of work for them, and it's time for them to actually work, right? So there's actually the Divine Judgment right now. So you could choose to run Lab, but since we're already here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure that we just finish this up. There's the level for our Golem. Let's place that Golem down. Now, when you are in Mines 2, there's a bonus skill point here. Bonus skill point is guarded by some weird guy who does Vol Spectral Throw. If you don't know what that means, honestly, it doesn't really matter. Basically, he just starts, like, using this skill that rotates around him and then starts to expand outward, and it can hit pretty hard. So what I recommend you do is you just take the item and you peace out. You just roach out. So here it is. Click it. Did you see the guy? Me neither. Clicking that is all you need to do to be eligible for the skill point. You can see, even though we're going pretty fast, right? Even though we're going pretty fast, we still have the ability to keep up with the zone level to an extent. So we're 2 levels behind right now, but we still have library to do. Devil, appreciate the dono, and thank you everyone so much for the support. I will call the stuff out at the end of the recording. We're in Act 4. We got to get all the way to 10. All right, perfect. So there's the waypoint. Let's go back. Let's go grab our bonus skill point right now, which is at Tasuni. Let's clean out our inventory. This is actually not too bad, but I'm probably going to forget about it, so I'm just going to vendor. So let's move this across like this. Just like that. Actually, you know what? This is just better. just put this right. Nope. Nope. There's our tab. Put it right there. We're gonna vendor these like this. There's no way these are actually good, but I'll ID them anyway.
See ya.
Perfect. So we got our bonus skill point. Let's go to the Imperial Gardens, and we're gonna go claim the last trial. I don't know if it's up here or if it's here to the left. This one's always a little bit of a mystery to me. I think it's bottom. Maybe not. Maybe it's here. Yeah. Is this the plum instead? Here it is. Perfect. Right here. So all you do is you just zoom through. Very easy. You just click, click, boom, and we're done. Time to ascend. Okay. Now, to ascend, we simply come over to Act 3, and we are just going to walk to this thing. Now, when you interact with it, you want to make sure all 6 of these are highlighting. If they're not, you can hover over them usually, and it will tell you where to unlock it.
Stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth.
From here, we're going north.
Within these walls, justice will prevail.
For reference, my life regen is 386. I would recommend you don't use Blood Rage inside Labyrinth, as it's just an extra degen that's not really necessary. For players who want to be a little bit extra strong here, consider using a Stone Golem. Consider picking up a ring for a Kikizaru. That will help a lot.
The weary traveler draws close is only as efficient as those he commands.
You can also run a Life Flask that has Remove Burning and Ignite. Getting a Life Flask with Remove Burning and Ignite can instantly remove your Righteous Fire. This can be helpful for players who just don't have a lot of regen and want more, right? I don't ever personally run them unless I'm doing specific bossing content, usually things like Maven. Oh, should have dodged that, but I was reading chat. Whoops. He's supposed to phase here, but I don't know what he's doing right now. Okay, there we go. Now, Azaro is kind of hard to explain. Basically, there will be a mechanic that usually interacts with these 3. Depending on the day, it switches, right? So it's not going to be the same fight as you see here. Azaro is pretty much a pushover with this build at this stage in the game. He doesn't really do anything. Righteous Fire is absolutely 4 Voidstone achievable. A lot of people don't like recommending it past 2, and that's completely fair. I consistently every league get 4 Voidstones in SSF with it. Of course, it's not the best bossing build. It is capable of tackling it. What I don't like to recommend it for is early tier 17s, unless you understand what you're doing, and or Ubers.
When the time
Okay.
comes to strike,
There's also a recipe, usually right over here. You want to make sure you click that.
to identify the effort. Enjoy the reprisal. By the goddess, what ambition! Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
As a reminder for everyone, I'm in the middle of a long recording for YouTube. Most questions I'm not really going to be answering right now because they're going to be a little bit invasive for people who are trying to follow along in the campaign run. If you stay till the end or interact with my chat, most of them can help you out. Thank you for being patient. We do campaign recordings every single league so that players can have the most up-to-date information.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. I am gonna go this way. Why isn't wave in guide? Not sure what wave means. Wave of conviction is used on Elementalist. You could use Wave of Conviction on Chieftain. I find the damage is fine, and it's an extra button press. You're not playing Malevolence. So I will actually run Malevolence. However, my new thing that I've been doing is I prefer to kill a Zaro, ascend, and then swap to Malevolence, and I will explain this shortly. So, I always do quality to RF. If you are playing Trade League, it's advantageous to do the Transfigured gem. That's just kind of the way it is. I don't really care about currency. It's not hard for me to make, but it is better to do that. Then we're going to click this, and we are a Chieftain. Now, you remember that fire res you were stacking? You know how we have 178? Look at our cold and lightning res. We now have 130 and 128. We are capped. We don't have to worry. We are overcapped for a long time. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do now is, because I like playing a bit faster, I am going to go to library, and I am going to purchase a Malevolence gem. This is where I differ from the guide. If you want to continue with the guide, follow the guide, right? Don't try to do what I'm doing. It's okay. Your campaign experience will be no problem. By doing this swap, I am essentially making my character squishier, and I will have less regen, but I do more damage, and that is what I care about right now, is doing more damage. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. That's really good. Okay, let's try to replace that ring. Do lose a bit of regen doing that. Okay, what about this amulet? No. And I want to switch to this amulet, but I think I will not have the dexterity, so we cannot switch just yet. All right. So, let's go back to where we were. Now, from here, I am going to turn off Purity, and I'm going to turn on Malevolence. My res is capped. However, we can get frozen. So, it would be nice to pick up a Remove Freeze Flask. I usually don't. Usually I find RF is tanky enough that I don't actually have to worry about that just in the campaign. Later on, it is an issue, right? But that's a problem for later. The library reward, you can pick Arrogance. You can. I have removed Arrogance Vitality from my guide. I think it is unnecessary and, quite frankly, a bit inefficient, so I stopped putting it in. It has more use later into the game, but not so much at the start for me. As a reminder on the gear, this is right around the time, honestly, when I get ready to switch to Fire Trap. Like around now is when I usually would switch. I think Rolling Magma has kind of lost a lot of its effectiveness, and therefore we are gonna get ready to switch. What do you think about Inquisitor? I think Inquisitor has fallen out of favor. Doesn't have Explode like Chieftain. Doesn't have the damage like an Elementalist. So I find it to be an okay leveling build with RF, but I find Chieftain to just be better. Whenever they removed the base damage from Righteous Fire, I think it kicked out most of the viable classes on a budget. I would include Inquisitor, and that would include Juggernaut. With that being said, you can play the game and you could get your 2 Void Stones, but I just think Chieftain's better. Why is Salo important to click instead of Hinakora? Salo instantly caps your fire res, not your fire res, but instantly caps your cold res and your lightning res, and allows you to just start focusing on fire res gear. This allows you to just literally focus on fire res gear. Means you can prioritize life regen, fire res, life, etc. If you don't take this first, it's going to be a little bit harder to gear, because you're trying to also balance all of your resistances. Hinakora is nice for explodes. There's not a lot of monster density this early into the game. It's a 5% chance to explode, so the more monsters, the better, and I just don't really find that to be important at this stage. Especially when you do a lot of damage at this level, if you look. Like, everything is dying. Hinakora is better when your damage is falling off, and you need it to clear for you, right? That's why I take it second lab. I love this part of the campaign because you can just sit here. Now we're moving up to Holy Fire on our passive tree. Very nice. Big fire multi. 24 fire res. It's also 24 life regen. There is, unfortunately, no alternative to Fire Trap in the endgame. Everything is objectively worse. If you want to level with other gems, you can. Play around with my website FAQ and go see some of the different gems. Okay. I want to use Fire Trap. Now, my helmet is really bad and my gloves are actually kind of okay, but it's time for Fire Trap. So, Fire Trap wants green, green, blue, red as my colors.
Yes.
Who do we gamble at in this act? Is it Tasuni?
Look me in
That is. Okay. So let's gamble for a 4-link. I'm going to go with Armor Evasion. And that is just because it gives me some level of, like, usefulness. So, there we go. We got a piece. So, now what we're going to do is we are just going to color it for the right colors. That's almost there. We could use it if needed, but I would prefer green, green. Okay, this game hates me. I'm going to gamble another pair out of Despite.
Look me in.
Unlucky. Okay, well, we will work on getting that set up. This means that we need to prioritize chromatic orbs. Now, my filter doesn't fully support every chromatic combination, so I will focus on picking them up off the floor. We have another chrome. Oh, I do. We have fully caught up with zone level. We are 37 in a 37 zone. Chromatic orbs are #1 priority for us right now. I wish I understood how much gold I was supposed to have, because I would just gamble for more bases, but yeah. What is that unethical campaign scepter? The gear viewer is on the wrong account, and I kind of cannot change it in the middle of the run, so I don't know what it's showing. Yeah, it's showing the Elementalist on my other account. No, it wouldn't have worked keeping track of gold because of, like, me having level 100 characters. It's gonna ramp everything up. It's just the unfortunate reality of kind of how the game works, right? It's very hard to simulate everything as much as possible. I mean, we're definitely doing fine. I just want everything to be perfect.
I honor you with a warrior's death, Carl.
Yes.
Read the pin comment.
See ya.
Let's go ahead and check if we have any RBGs. I don't have a exact regex for this, so I'm using my eyes, and it's terribly inefficient. Yeah, let's just move on. It's fine. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. It's fine. Juice, too late. I'm gone. Too late.
The way to a god's heart.
Ooh. A new scepter? Ooh, it's garbage. Oh, fire trap, one day. Chromatic orb. Oh, fire trap, one day. At this rate, I should have just gotten a pure, like, ESP, or a pure evasion piece, but it happens. Another holy chainmail. Like there's no way this is right. Yeah, this is backtracking. Let's go north. When you're trying to set up your Ignite Proliferation and you're in maps, you're gonna have two options in the future. So for people watching on YouTube, this is a little bit into the future, but people keep asking about it. Either you set up a cluster jewel with Fan the Flames, or you spend your money on Embers. Best is irrelevant. What matters is what's cheaper for you. That's what it comes down to. Setting it up is not, like, once you set it up, your clear goes up by 5 times. You just need to set it up in the fashion that's cheaper for you.
Calm wasn't half the man you are.
We got our beautiful Holy Fire.
It was
Piety. Betray me, and I will have your head.
Okay, let's hit the waypoint.
Exquisite. Be still. Art in which you have murdered.
Your sickness is ended.
I don't use the socket colors in Path of Building. It should be removed. Just makes things a bit unnecessary. Instead, you just look at the skills section and you can see the gem link colors in the skills section. It's kind of redundant to need to set socket colors when skills have colors already.
now you are simply gorgeous.
ancestors demanded.
So what we're doing right now, sorry I got a little distracted, is we're killing 3 mini-bosses before we summon Malachi. The 3 mini-bosses are Duresso, Shavron, and Dodre. They're pretty straightforward. This one is a little tricky though. The reason this one's a little tricky is if you use a curse, she will eat the curse, gain Unholy Might, which gives her bonus chaos damage. Here's an example. If you look, put the flammability above her, she eats it and glows purple. When she does this, she's notorious for one-shotting players. So be very careful with this.
You are free now, slave.
Fire Trap has 2 options. You have green, green, blue, red for combustion, and then when you go Ramako Sun's Light, you remove the combustion in favor of Swift Affliction. If you want to be efficient, you go with the blue link. If you don't care about efficiency, you ignore it. I have no interest in playing HC, nope. Played it a long time ago. Let's talk about Malachi here. When you're doing the Malachi fight, there's a few stages to it. First, you get Malachi to half health, then you kill Piety. Malachi does these big slams you want to avoid, and he puts traps on the floor that shouldn't do too much to you. He also does this weird squiggly attack that you just kind of move out of the way. So let's go ahead and recap his skills when we're right here because they change a little bit. So, step 1, follow him. When he goes underground, he's channeling a slam. Chill charge away or Frost Fling. After you do enough damage, this phase happens, you break the top right. Then, you move back to Malachi. He does the squiggly attack, you move behind it, you hit him till his health bar stops moving, which should be right here. He comes to the bottom one, you break the bottom one. Move back up to Malachi, hit him down to about like 20% health. These are the traps I'm talking about, I'll step on them intentionally. Staying close to him is pretty easy, you just, like, he doesn't do as much. He's not like spamming his other attacks. This weird thing like degens you, but you probably have enough regen to tank it anyway. Alright, now here, what you can do is you can actually, even before you fight Malachi, I forgot to mention this, you can actually switch your links a tiny bit. You do have the option if you want a little bit more AoE. You can grab Ink AoE here, so that's increased area of effect, and you can put it instead of efficacy right here. What that's going to do is it's going to give you more damage. Sorry, it's going to give you less damage, but it's going to have a bigger AoE. So an example would be something like this. Now, this act is when the damage on mobs starts getting a little bit spooky. So, you want to be a little careful. Doing a lot of damage actually helps here because the mobs start hitting really, really hard. This is also when I would grab Flesh and Stone for myself personally. I think in the POB it has you run Purity of Elements and Determination. Determination will give you that needed armor that I was talking about. So if you want to just follow the POB, just follow the POB regarding auras. It's going to have you at some point grab this wheel over here so that you can fit in the 250%. Remember when regarding auras, one of the most questions asked is, help, I cannot run all of the auras. Take your time, look through the path of building, make sure you're looking at where the auras are. You don't want to put them with support gems. If you put them to support gems, or link them with support gems, the mana multiplier can shoot up. This is a big deal because they reserve a percentage. An example would be putting Life Tap on Purity of Elements. That would make it reserve more than 100% of your life, making it just unachievable. You can't do that, right? If you wanted to do something like that, you would use Arrogance, which is a support gem designed for that, but we don't do that stuff with our build. Now you'll notice on the right hand side that there are 3 gems that I can't currently level. Blood Rage, Swift Affliction, and Faster Attacks. And that is okay. Those gems are not so important to the point where we have to level them so we're getting dexterity. However, if Fire Trap is on here, it is mandatory for you to run Fire Trap. Also want to make sure that everyone knows that the reason we're not running Fire Trap right now is only because I have not gotten the colors that I want for Fire Trap. If I had the colors, I would absolutely be running Fire Trap. Fortunately, we don't have the colors. I can do a quick glance here and see if I can see any chromes, but my eyes are not working very well here, so that's a chrome. Can take you. I think there's another one in here. There is right here. Okay, let's vendor those. Did I vendor the gloves I wanted, by the way, for my build? I think I accidentally vendored the gloves we were using. Whoops-a-daisy, that's not very good now, is it? Well, okay, in that instance, I don't really know who to blame for that, but I don't want to blame myself, but it's my fault. So we're just going to gamble a new pair of gloves, and surely these gloves are not going to be cursed, right? So we're going to go for the armor evasion. Okay, those are kind of usable, but... Okay, we got the right colors. We're good. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to take Trap and Mine damage, Fire Trap. We're going to grab that Combustion gem, which is located right here. So, grab the Combustion, and then grab the Life tab. Then, I'm going to move Righteous Fire over to the body armor. Then, I'm going to slap the gloves on. I'd prefer to craft life on them. I don't have a life roll, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. So let's do this little baby life roll. And we're going to put them on right there. And now we are running Fire Trap. I'm just going to clean out my inventory. Don't want that. Inventory looks a little bit messy right now because I'm not trying to use my tabs because of stash affinity. So I'm trying to keep everything in my inventory itself, and it is proving to be a little tricky. Okay, now that we have Fire Trap, we're going to start chucking Fire Traps. You can see Fire Trap has a pretty hefty burn attached to it, and it has some decent initial hits. He started with 390k gold. How does he now have 378k? So gold is messed up right now. I don't know why mobs are not dropping gold for me. I have no idea what is happening. There's some weird thing going on. Also with the gambling is also messed up because it's gambling based off of my level 100 characters, not based off of a level 40 character. So in the Fresh League, you will be able to gamble as much as me, if not more than me, as I'm definitely on the limited side of gambling right now. The lower end side, I guess you could say. Good night, Concord. Sorry I can't interact much right now, doing a big YouTube recording. Usually 5 to 6 hours of unedited content, so it takes a little while. I'm torn between Ellie or Chieftain. You should go to my YouTube channel, check out the latest video. Talk about the two between there. So, if you saw what I did there at the bottom, I ran towards the bottom there to grab a item that's called the, I don't know how to call it. I always say my ass meter, but it's definitely not supposed to be my ass. YouTube, don't hurt me for that. Yeah, so you need that for a bonus skill point, and then after you get that, you kind of swing across the right side here, and then you can leave. Right over here. Is it like Miaz meter? Miaz? My ass? Miaz? Miaz? I don't know what it is, so it's hard for me to pronounce it. I know miasma from, like, games I've played. It's just, I don't know, it's just with... Miaz? 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 I don't know, man. My brain hurts. So what I'm doing now, just to clarify, so people are aware, because this is where I start to deviate from the POB, I am going towards Acrimony. The reason I'm going towards Acrimony right now is because it provides damage over time multiplier. This is one of the strongest affixes for damage over time builds, including Righteous Fire. It's important to understand how diminishing returns work. Remember how you were in math class as a kid and you had those things called word problems and you asked your math teacher, when am I ever going to use this? I did the same thing. And then I started playing a game where all I have to do is explain it. So pretty interesting how that turns out. Increased damage, which is one of the most oversaturated damage types in the game, right, has very big diminishing returns because the higher you stack it, the less effective it is. This is why it's important to weave in damage over time multiplier. Damage over time multiplier is quite literally a multiplier, and there's not many places you can get this stat. It's reserved to things like jewels, amulets, weapons, passive tree, and a few other things, but there's not really a lot, right? So when you get it in the passive tree, it is a significant boost to your damage. Furthermore, there's a mastery tied to it. There's two different ones we can take. Number one would be less damage taken from damage over time, which includes your own Righteous Fire, or 10% damage over time multiplier if you have killed recently. Since RF never really has trouble clearing and has more trouble bossing, I don't really take the 10% dot multi. It is okay, but it's just not really what I prefer. Also, by some miracle, we managed to somehow hit a Ruby Flask and a Granite Flask, which is kind of ridiculous. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop my second Life Flask, and instead of running it, I'm going to run a Ruby Flask. What the Ruby Flask does is it's going to give us a surge of fire resistance and also give us maximum fire resistance. So the 40 flat regeneration from the fire res is going to be nice. And on top of that, we get 5 maximum fire res, which boosts our maximum fire res, which means we will take less damage from RF, gaining more from our net regeneration. This is very important. The next thing we got is a Granite Flask. Now, Granite Flasks are awesome because they provide us with much needed armor in the campaign. If you're running Determination as well, you get even more effect from this because Determination has a multiplier to your armor. This includes flasks. An example, my armor is currently 348. When I press my flask, it's 2,328. That is a pretty big difference in armor. I wouldn't always look at this number. This number on the physical damage reduction is not exactly accurate, but you can just see that going from 300 armor to 2,300 is a pretty big boost. That is a pretty significant boost. It is very noticeable. Now I'm going to show an example of the regeneration. I'm going to get low and pop my Ruby Flask. I don't know if you could tell. It's pretty noticeable to me. Might not be noticeable to people watching. It's pretty noticeable, especially when you can keep it 100% of the time while you're kind of zooming through. Remember, we do have to be careful, at least I have to be careful, because I'm not running Purity of Elements. I am unfortunately susceptible to getting hit by freeze, which could be really bad now at this stage in the game, because I'm on the squishier side of things right now. I don't know what is happening with this strongbox right now. It's spawning like more mobs than the entire zone has. I don't know what's going on with it. Like, it's not even a unique strongbox. What is happening here? Okay, now, another point to bring up. There is another reason why I like traveling towards Acrimony on the passive tree. You'll notice I can't level my fire trap anymore. That's bad. Allocate agility, level up your gems. From here, I like going on the big wings up here because these big wings have a lot of blue packs. This is one of the juiciest zones to like level in if you're a bit under leveled. It's a bit hard to practice on standard. It's not going to be the same experience. It's not, but if you're ethical about it, you will have a similar experience. In the new league, it's always easier because you get showered with loot from the league mechanic, almost always. If you feel like you're struggling, you get a graph. You press the graph and you just like blast everything, right? Surely. Okay, I am actually going to go back to town here because I need to turn in my meter. So let's go ahead and go do that real fast. Here it is. Boom. Now we're gonna go real fast and just vendor some stuff. We don't need that. 50% spell damage, 4 to 66 lightning dispels. That's pretty good, but honestly, this is pretty good, but get out of here. I don't feel like doing anything with it. Okay, goodbye. Perfect. Hollowed Life Flask is better. We don't need that one. I don't want that. Get out of my inventory. Magma, you're gone. Ellie Prolif, you're gone. Flask, you're gone. Quicksilver, are you good? No. Goodbye. Could I have used alts on that? Yeah, but I want to clean out my inventory. Alright. Boom. Boom. Isn't 3.27 a few days away? It is. That's why I gotta make the content. Do I feel like I'm rushing? No, this is my playstyle. I can go a bit faster than this if needed. I've always kind of played games at a fast pace. And I'm considered slow by POE standards, so... In this area, there's blue packs in the corners here, which are pretty sick. Going to the boss here, you get a ton of XP. Okay, we're at a boss. I'm just going to put in that right there. Now on this guy, what I like to do is just kind of move out of his way. So the thing is, Frostblink, if you use Frostblink and it hits a boss, it gets crazy fast cooldown recovery, right? So let's go ahead and take a look here. If I use regular Frostblink, look at its cooldown. Pretty long, right? However, I'm going to Frostblink on the boss here and take a look at the cooldown reduction. Wait for it. Once we get done with this phase, boom. You can see it is much, much lower. So if you play aggressively and you stand close to bosses, what you can do is you can avoid so much damage. Before your character is tanking, you can just face tank by staying close and just doing this, right? So here he's going to attack me. See you later. In fact, if you pop your ruby, there's a good chance you might be able to tank this, if you have a ruby by this point. In fact, there was a quest reward back there to acquire a flask. You have a choice between a ruby or a granite. Ruby provides you the sustain I was talking about. Granite provides you the physical mitigation. Your choice on kind of what you want. I think I usually take... I don't really know what I take. I always forget. I think I take granite and then I get ruby later. I'm not fully sure. The POB absolutely has life tap on Fire Trap, friend. You may have accidentally removed it. Life tap has been a staple on Fire Trap for many years. You can always go double check. Just go to my website, pox.net, go snag the POB, delete whatever you have, and load that one up. Down he goes. Chamber of Innocence. Interact, and let's go. Does the order of support skills matter in links? There's like an order of priority in what is more important. It's hard to explain this sometimes. It doesn't matter if like the fire trap's here or here in that regard, if that's your question. But I tried to put gems in order of priority. It can just be really hard sometimes. For example, there's this like weird thing with Righteous Fire, if you're looking at my POBs, where there is a gem called Swift Affliction. And Swift Affliction is actually not supportable by Righteous Fire unless you use a support gem called Life Tap. Kind of weird. I'm not going to go into too much, but just know that when you get to that, make sure you don't use Swift Affliction without using Life Tap on Righteous Fire. Okay. Now that we have done that, we are going to go towards the left here. And we want to go ahead and get ready for Kitava. Good to take a look at your resistance right now. I think you lose about 30 res. We also need to do Ossuary here. You're going to lose about 30 res for killing Kitava. This is one of the first of 2 penalties in the campaign. Talk about the next one towards the end, because it's like literally the last thing you do.
I cannot carry this.
You can find the Elementalist Righteous Fire POB on my front page website, or front page of my website, fox.net. Still need some work, but I don't know how much love I can really go around to doing for it, because I've just got a lot of stuff on Chieftain to focus on. That hurt. Never stand in those. I really don't think many people are going to play Elemental RF or Elementalist RF all the way. I imagine most players are actually just leveling with LERF, and that's actually the extent of it. I don't know if you need to kill this guy, but I popped up here, so may as well, and see you later, bud. Oh, he gave gold, 28. Acrimony, 15% dot multi, very big. Okay, Reliquary here, I believe, is where we get another skill point, I think. Now, all of this gear that's dropping, you'll notice I'm just ignoring all of it. And the reason I'm ignoring all of it is because links are so important to your character's progression that I would recommend not even really looking at gear, unless it's like a weapon, an accessory, like a shield, right? Unless you can actually properly utilize the piece of gear, because the sockets, I would ignore them aside from those pieces, right? What you can do in the meantime is you can gamble. Gambling for your weakest pieces is not a bad idea at all in this game. In fact, I would highly recommend players use their currency to gamble for their weak pieces of gear. Wait, was there one more? I didn't pay attention. Maybe. Maybe I got them all? 1, 2, 3. Oh, here we go, here we go. This is 3, not the sign of purity. That's the other thing. Okay. I like Crimson Jewel. It's pretty much usually useless. In fact, oh, that's actually... I could use that. That's 2 damage mods. That's not too bad. Okay, take this. I'm just gonna ID these. That is 81 life? I mean, that has suffix open for fire res. We got an upgrade. So we're just gonna go here, craft fire resistance. Since I have a lot of alks, I'm gonna use them. You should probably save them for other things, but I'm not gonna do that. We also want a new belt. Unfortunately, we did not get a new bell. Maybe a crazy... no. Okay. So, what we can do here is we can get rid of some other stuff, like some transmutes. I can drop like 2 transmutes into the window to get some wisdoms. They're 4 each. That doesn't have any use to me, so goodbye to those. Alright. I really want to use this, but I cannot because of Blood Rage. Okay. I mean, there is a fix for that, though. There is a good fix. Yeah. So that is 79, and I have 75. There's 2 things we can do. Number 1, we could check for a lower level Blood Rage from here. Number 2, I could use a Scouring Orb to lower the level. Number 3, later on, you'll get an NPC called Lily in your hideout, and you can actually buy a level 1 version of a gem. Don't worry, not that big of a deal, especially considering we're going to that act right now. Okay. And I'm going to take less damage over time mastery here. The Scour Gem lowered the level requirement by 1 level. Do you think maybe like Wave of Conviction, Absolution setup instead of Fire Trap? That sounds like a lot of work. If you would like to do that, I'm sure it would work for the campaign, maybe? There's no way it outperforms Fire Trap at endgame. Nothing can. Just the reality of how Fire Trap scales. Why not Library? Ah, that's another good recommendation, yes. You could also go to Library. Library is just a bit of an inconvenience because of where it's located. So I don't usually go to Library for that, but Library was good since we already have that unlocked, yeah. Leather belt. Okay. Leather belt is probably gonna upgrade our current belt. It did not. I guess it technically could. Actually, it is an upgrade. It's double regen. Yeah, that's not bad. It's got life regen and it has fire res. How many TPs? 14. What did I just do? What the heck is this? Where did Penance Brand come from? What happened? Huh? I am really fast. Just gonna go to my hideout and I'm gonna craft life on this belt right here. I don't have 6 transmutes, so we'll just do that. And it's a little bit less life, but that's okay. Okay, let's go ahead and ID, and we don't need any of this stuff. So we're just gonna vendor. Goodbye. And back we go. Into our portal. Okay. Now, we have a few options on where we can path. Because I'm feeling a bit squishy, I think I'm gonna go down the route of Sovereignty. I want to set up Flesh and Stone very badly, and I want to get Skitterbots going, because Skitterbots give some damage. And again, I am deviating from the POB, because I prefer to level a different way. I prefer to level a bit more aggressively, because I'm okay with, avoiding attacks. If you want to be really tanky, it's best to follow the POB instead of trying to deviate yourself. In fact, actually, I could just get Skitterbot right now. I just have to go to Library. So let's go do that. Library. Just gonna drop Vitality, which is really nice, but that's life. We're gonna get Skitterbot, who is located right there. We're gonna slap Skitterbot on, and we are good to run it. And then next up, we're just gonna try to get our Flesh and Stone. Only problem with Flesh and Stone is I don't have an open... Actually, I do have an open red if I drop Vitality. So let's remove the Vitality, come over to Act 2, grab Flesh and Stone.
Yes?
It is a new...
Oops.
The spirit?
And if you're running Flesh and Stone, you want to make sure you're always in Sand stance. You don't have any benefit of being in the other stance. Is it worth to put up Vitality Arrogance? I stopped recommending Vitality Arrogance because it's too much link pressure, and I don't think you should be lowering your life at this stage in the campaign, personally. Let's talk about Katava's mechanics. So these are degen pools. You want to avoid them. That triple pulse, you move away from. That can kill you. You don't want to take those. That's very bad. Usually when I see them happening, I just frost blink away. You'll spawn a heart here. You got to hit it and break it down in increments. The ads that spawn do a lot of damage, so make sure you're killing them, or if not killing them, at least avoiding them. Move out when his hand glows. That's very bad. You don't want to tank that. These are the degen pools again. Now, if you take a look at your resistances, you're going to get penalized here from Kitava. This is just tax for playing Path of Exile instead of Diablo.
Extinguished.
Oh, I like Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is pretty fun.
Remember,
Diablo 3 even is pretty fun. Not trying to be something, right? Now, here on the left is Lily. And this is mainly what I was referring to with having an NPC in your hideout who will sell level 1 gems. What you need to do for this quest is you have to kill every single monster on the area. Killing every single monster is what triggers this quest.
I won what your era began.
Per quest? Yeah. Delirium spawned there, I got confused. No, I think my campaign clears are closer to like 5.5, 6 now, to be honest. Maybe this one will be a little bit longer because unlucky. That start was like brutal. That start was brutal. And of course, I don't mean to like, I guess, to praise myself when I say this, but when I do commentary and stuff like this, it does pull a bit of like time away from my stuff when I'm like showing the POB, stopping, giving tips, etc. What we do now is we remaining, and you can see there's 3 mobs left, right? So we're just gonna kind of walk around. Oh, did I kill? Oh, there is 1 mob remaining. I don't see anything moving on the screen. We're just gonna look a little bit here and see. There he is. Boom. Quest done. Perfect. Port back. Lily is right there. So you turn this in. This gives you respec books and gives you the ability to buy any gem in the game, I think, level... Well, not any gem, but most gems level 1. This would also be a good time to look at your gear, see if it's very poo-poo like mine, and then try to gamble some upgrades. Like, my helmet is honestly a force to be reckoned with. I don't want to talk about that thing. This is, like, the worst gear I think I've had ever in any of these campaign runs. And I'm going to be honest and say it. It's because of this scuffed gold system right now where I don't know how much gold I have. And I don't like not knowing how much gold I have because I don't want to overestimate anything. But I know I could gamble more for sure. I know I could gamble more. So maybe we'll try to gamble a helmet after. Okay, this zone is notorious for having very high damage. Just be a little careful in this place. You need to kill these unique monsters to get this eye, which is somewhere... Maybe on the north side? This looks it. Yeah, this looks like it, right? No. Okay, I'm cooked. Surely it's here somewhere. I don't want to pick up these scepters. Maybe we get something. Always right. Yeah, I thought I went right enough, but I guess not. Here it is. Gotta be this pack, right? Yeah. Has to be. Let me just do a quick little ID. Poo-poo, poo-poo, poo-poo. So what I'm looking for on scepters is scaling RF and fire trap. So damage over time multiplier, +1 fire gems, which is only for fire trap. Big sources of fire damage. Don't freeze me. Good. No, unfortunately, I would have to make a brand new account with no existing characters to be able to set this up correctly.
Let me teach you.
I don't want to migrate all my characters over. That's a lot of playtime that's just pooping into nothing. I'm aware of my options, but thank you, chat. Do you value any pure armor bases? Part 2 of the campaign. If I'm able to get gem links on them, yes. How do you fix dexterity problems in this run? I just allocated a dexterity node on the tree. And I'm using an amulet base that gives all attributes. I could sacrifice a piece of gear instead of crafting fire res on it as a suffix. I could craft dexterity. Fine. You've got a lot of options. We don't use any tinctures for the build. I have them on for people who use tinctures, but we don't use them at all. Now you'll notice I have blue scepters turned on. That's because if we identify a blue scepter with one modifier that's good, we will use it, right? That's I don't pick up every single one, but I pick up most of them. Sovereignty, and now we click Flesh and Stone. And now the problem with what I did is I can't use shield charge, so we're not clicking Flesh and Stone yet. There's a fix to this, but unfortunately I need 2 levels, and then I gotta respec 1 point. I don't actually know how to remove this, so we're just gonna do that. There we go. Now normally I run life tap on shield charge, which is very good. This is the only run I've tried running a double green, which is faster attacks and momentum, to just go faster, to make up for the lack of everything we had at the start, basically. So that's why I'm on this current setup. Everything on my content will be updated. You just gotta give me time. Everything. If it's not updated, it gets removed. Our golem died. There we go. I don't want to switch to stone golem. I think there's a lab trial. Oh yeah, that's true. There is a lab trial in here, isn't there? I always forget about this one. Yeah, my regen is... I only have like 50 a second right now. It's not looking very pretty. So there is a somewhat of a fix to this that we can do. After my flesh and stone setup, I will talk about it for regen. Well, I guess I can tell you now. It's the bottom right of the tree where Marauder is. There's another max res wheel right here that we can splash into to get some of our sustain back. Because remember, getting more max fire res reduces the degen you take from RF. Okay. Yes. So we need to take this and then respec that aura effect node.
For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Thank you for the super chat, my dude. I'm not really reading too much right now as I gotta focus on the recording. I do appreciate it, though. This build does not take any damage from Reflect with their main skills. You do want to make sure you de-level your Frostblink so you don't die to Reflect. And on very rare occasions, you can take damage on Fizz Reflect on your shield charge. That's only on very specific setups, though.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide.
With the road to the Frisian.
Let's just go with the Siege Helmet. It's got life regenerate, fire as in life regen. That's pretty good. Is there a world where we can run this, though? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to try to 3-socket this. Okay? So I actually don't need the efficacy gem. So what we need is flammability with life tap. Yeah. Now I need a green on this. Okay. So then Blood Rage can go there. That's Frostblink, which ideally Frostblink would be better on life tap, but here we are, so yeah. Frostblink would be kind of important to get on with life tap, but we'll see what happens. And then we'll just craft life on this bad boy for 6 transmutes.
The picture is at the
Okay.
blessings.
Bot. That actually like really sucks. This Frostblink. What I need to do now is I need to get new boots. Yeah, we need new boots ASAP. Do you have any advice for a PoE 2 player coming to PoE 1 following your guide? Utilize the resources I provide, right? The resources such as this campaign video I'm recording, the video guides, the notes in the POB, watch my streams, take the game one step at a time. Don't rush it, right? You've got the whole league, just kind of enjoy it. That's the best thing I can provide. I put a lot of work into the new player contents, and the best success you can have is just following those to a T. Yeah, without a double life tap here, this is not good.
My mana is gone.
So we need to get new boots. New boots? Wait, didn't we miss Abarath? We missed Abarath, right? We did. Okay. So there's 2 bosses we're going to fight for skill points right now. So, boss number 1 is actually notorious for being skipped in... Well, at least it was notorious for being skipped in hardcore. This boss does chaos damage. A lot of players do not have chaos resistance at this point, as it's kind of out of the way to build. So, you can opt to skip this boss if you're scared about dying. We usually just kill him really fast. It's not too big of a deal, but here we go. So first, you got to kill these 3 little plot things. You do take degen while you're in this green poo-poo, but we're RF, so we kind of regen. That one's dead, and then this one over here is... Okay, now we come up here. And just kind of don't be in front of her face. When she looks at you, just move to the other side. You're going to go to one of these 2 sections. Same logic, just move around. She looks at you, turn around, right? Again, turn around, and you're good. She's dead. Okay, next up, we can come over and go to, I want to say it's the Ridge. No, it's not the Ridge. It's Prisoner's Gate. Yeah, here we go. So when we're at Prisoner's Gate, right over here, right? We're going to go the opposite way that we went before. And there is a boss here called Abarath, the Fire Goat. There he is. Okay, perfect. Now, this guy does a lot of stuff. when he does that like charge, he takes very little damage reduction when he's on, or he takes very little damage when he's on fire like this. After that, he jumps, you move. There's a lot of mobs here. If you want XP, just like stall for a second and then like throw some fire traps, right? Like this, so you actually get like a little bit of XP. Not that big of a deal, so I'm just gonna move on. Then we fight him again. Pay attention to him. He's gonna spawn a bunch of meteors, so pay attention to that. That's his damage reduction, so you can kind of just move around. That's where he's stomping. He has big DR. When his fire runs out, then you can kill him. There he goes. Okay, from here, this is where we get 1 point, and then we get another point from the previous boss. So what I'm going to do now is spec into the fire res. Okay, it's time for new boots. So I am going to gamble. I'm going to try to gamble for armor, evasion, or sorry, armor and this one right here. Armor and evasion boots.
Not bad.
We want to hit
Not bad at all.
movement speed with some level of stats that are okay.
Nothing.
None of these have movement speed. That's messed up. I don't know how expensive it is to craft movement speed at this stage.
Oh dear. Doubt even I could sell that.
Let's do one more set and then we're done.
Doubt even I could sell that.
I mean, aren't those fire trap colors? Those are fire trap colors. Okay. So we do that with fire trap. That allows us to, what that allows us to do now is that allows us, no, what are you doing? Fuck off. That allows us to switch our gloves. So let's do a tiny bit.
Oh, it seems every dog has his day.
I'll leave it alone because I don't know like how much I would have, so we'll just stop there. Lesser attacks, momentum, still charge, and we'll just cry about it until we fix it. Why not do the Quicksilver recipe? So I would, but like the Quicksilver recipe is confusing to me. I don't do it a lot. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Is it only if you have one affix and not two? I'm not really sure. Sometimes it works, like I said, and sometimes it doesn't. For me.
My mana is gone.
How do you have so much gold? So, this is like a problem right now with account migration because we have, you know, because all my characters are in standard, it's merging gold. With that being said, you would have gold when you're at this stage in the game, right? If all you're doing is spending your gold for gambling, you're gonna have gold to gamble. If you are using gold for a whole bunch of different stuff, like I don't even know what you could do, respec, you're trading with people and buying their gear, you're gonna have less gold at that point. But the thing is, if you're gambling for items and you're spending money for gold for items, kind of the same process, right? Prismatic skin. Everyone can gamble at this stage in the campaign. 100%. 1000%. What are the chances we get... Well, actually, let me alch these first. Do you think doing Ground Slam Sunder until Act 2 RF swap's decent? I feel like if you're doing that, you go all the way to library and then swap. Build can you suggest to switch into after LERF? Whatever what like the meta is, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Elementalist wanders. Okay. From here, we gotta navigate through this weird looking place. There's like a little mini boss here. He doesn't really do anything. I usually try to stay on like the bottom right side here. This guy, whatever. Fun fact, that guy actually had a bug before where he had like too many extra zeros in his damage. He was one-tapping like level 100 HC characters. It was pretty funny. Pretty funny. Okay. What the heck? So I gotta go that way? Yeah, I do. That is strange. Okay. I really, really need to get life tap here, man. This is... I'm doing it right now. I'm... Green, green, red, red. I'm done. Okay. Okay, cool. I can play the game again. Okay, where's life tap?
Good tidings.
Life tap. Now I can spam shield charge as much as I would like. Item level can limit the movement speed recipe. Ah, that might be what was messing me up before then. Okay. Oh my, this is what I needed. I was trolling myself not having this. Okay, now in the beacon over here, when we get to the next zone, there is a monster who does a lot of damage. That's a golem. You want to try not to tank those golems? If you're in the tank setup with like Determ, you are probably okay, but you should be kind of spooked. Even more excited for a league start than this? I think so, but the fact that RF finally didn't get nerfed and is actually getting some stuff in the patch is kind of crazy, so I'm hyped about it for that reason. I'm also like extra hyped because I tried playing like POE 2 in the most recent update they had, and I had so many health problems at the time regarding my skin that I like could not stream as much as I wanted to, which really, really like hurts you as a content creator if you're not there during the hype time. So I get like my second chance right now with POE 1, but I'm also very established with POE 1. So I'm just happy, right? I'm just happy across the board. So what I like to do is before I go to this zone, I don't really know why this zone specifically, but before I go to this zone, like the next one, I like to take Corrupted Blood Immune. So around the time I get this mastery is when I'm getting Corrupted Blood Immune. Also want to see if we can remove this. It's saying we need 20 dexterity. Maybe. If you get a big dexterity node somewhere on your gear, you can most likely drop this right here. And you can save 2 points. But you cannot level Fire Trap then. You should always level your Fire Trap. If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't deviate from the POV. That's the nicest way I can say this. Do not try to make problems, right? If it doesn't make sense, don't do it. Those are just very inefficient points. It's 2 points for 20 dexterity and 20 int. Int's not really a problem anymore. So I don't really want to spend 22 points for 20 dexterity. Almost. Okay, cool. Now you get to see how many times it takes for you to click Frostblink to go down here. 1. Make sure that you have... Oh, I was going to say attack without moving on it, but that worked, so. Go! Oh. Do we have to like redo the whole zone because of this? Is there like a waypoint I hit? That was rude. That was rude. No! Why would you do this to me, GGG? Why? It's irrelevant. Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun. Are there 4 random quest items here? Is this like a bug with the things moving? It is, yeah. Okay. So, this is the zone I was talking about that I like to have Corrupted Blood immune here. I don't know why. Maybe I just noticed there's like a lot more CB. Corrupted Blood, sorry, at this point. This is also where the golems are that I was talking about that are really unhappy. Very unhinged golems.
I cannot do this yet.
These guys, right there. They hit hard. I want to say again, thank you everyone for all the support. We've got very minimal chat activity right now while I am doing the YouTube campaign run. So all alerts are disabled until the end. And then I will turn them all on. Let the floodgates come out. Doo, 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 doo. Okay.
So strong.
Now I want more clear, so I am gonna go for explosive impact for AoE. Now, on this boss fight, there's a little trick you can do, but the trick only works if you have good life regen. So this kind of depends on how good you are at building life regen. For the record, I have 537 right now. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. When the waterway or water mechanic starts, which is right now, right? You have 2 options. A, you can avoid it, which would require you to move. B, you can go for a swim in the water. Now, when you're swimming in the water, you do take degen, so you can hit a life flask to counter it, or you can use a ruby flask. Now, this may not seem too impressive until you see the last phase, where it gets a very, let's just say tight. There's not much room to move, right? You can see these little circles spawning. This is what you want to dodge. Or you can go for a swim, you know, as I like to say. Careful on throwing your fire traps in here, though, because they are using life tap, which means they're going to pull from your health. Okay. So, here we go. Into the water. And then I'm just going to hit my ruby flask about right now. We're actually going up and down. So I'm going to throw some fire traps to prep it. And now I'm going to get out because I want to actually see the boss mechanics. Alright, down they go. Onward. Oops, wrong button. Take me, Whalem. Okay.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
I don't think so. Okay.
The rift, fare you well.
RF is great for a number of league mechanics. If you keep my FAQ on my website, you can see an idea of them. Light, Ritual, Delirium, Harvest, Strong Boxes, there's a lot. Now, here is where we kind of prep and we get ready for our next labyrinth. Don't miss out on the stun pantheon. Ah, yeah, that's a great call. Yeah. Okay, on this waypoint here, we'll go back and select our pantheon. I usually wait till I get the next one, but may as well get it now. So at this point here, you enabled Brine King Pantheon, and you want to enable that. Enabling Brian King Pantheon makes it so you don't get chain stun. If you receive a stun, you are stun immune for the next 4 seconds. Later on, and this is important, it's something you're going to want to know. You don't need to know it now, but the earlier you learn it, the better. Later on, you're going to need to upgrade your Pantheon or unlock more from your Pantheon. This is going to require you to have an item called a Divine Vessel. You can buy Divine Vessels in Trade League for just a couple chaos. They're not expensive. You have to run them with a specific map associated with the Pantheon to unlock the next part of the Pantheon. And you don't have to go in order. So an example here would be, we don't really care about like stun recovery. It's okay, it's not bad. We care a lot more about avoid being frozen from Tanner Lightfoot. Now, it may not be Tanner Lightfoot in the new league. I don't think it will be. Have no fear. Check out the notes for early mapping and you will see information you need about it. Just check it out in the POE. So inside here in this zone, there is in fact going to be a lab trial. So we're going to go try to find that. Here it is. Oop. Okay. Check. Now we gotta go explore to go find... Here we go. The sarcophagus. Now when you find this, it's nice because all you got to do now is keep looking for the quest item. Once you get the quest item, you're done with this zone. There it is. Go grab that. Chamber of Sins. Actually, what did that even say? It's something of sins, right? So we're going to go to Crossroads here, and we are going to go ahead and move this way into Sins, which is going to have our last lab point, and we still got to go back and do the other one. Show the atlas with the maps. I don't want to do that right now because it's changing. If they just read the notes, it explains everything they need, and they should. Players who actively avoid the POV notes and then get frustrated and yell about it are not worth helping, unfortunately. I gotta help people who want to help, you know? Or want the help. Hello, game? You don't want to know how many times I clicked that thing. Yeah, the problem is, like, new players right now, on a fresh start, can't even open the Atlas yet, right? So when they get to that point in the Atlas, they just read the notes on the section they're in. All will be explained. Alright, this guy does chaos damage, so I don't try to tank him. I just kind of move around him. He'll spawn an ad on the right side at this health bar. And then on the left side, kind of the same thing. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. We gotta actually, like, hurt him first. Just saw, see there, I actually got quite blasted. That damage is the chaos damage I was talking about. Okay, he also has this, like, weird Omni Slash thing he does when he's, like, low life. We killed him too fast, so he didn't trigger it. Okay. Onward. So we're gonna grab these 2 points, and then it's time to get some life, because we are squishy. Squishy. Here's our lab trial. Now, if you did the previous lab or the previous, what is it, the one at the lower prison, then you can actually ascend right now. Because we have not done it, we cannot ascend yet, so we're going to go do that right after this. Let's go get the waypoint, and then we're going to go travel backwards. My HP is a little low for Cruel Lab. I think I'd like to be closer to like 2k, but our damage is more than enough, so we can just brute force it with damage, surely. Can also delay the lab a little bit because we have 3 bonus skill points coming in right now. So that is another option, is we delay it if you want to be safer. I'm going to go to prison right over here. Is it lower prison? No, prison. And there should be a labyrinth somewhere over here. Labyrinth trial. Probably not that way, because that's the ending. Here we go. Right here. Boom. All right. We can officially ascend. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... You know what? We'll just go ascend right now. I was going to wait a little bit, but we're just going to go.
Time and tide wait for no man.
We're just going to go send it.
The goddess.
We can already start RF as soon as possible in Act 2. I'm guessing you're talking about Springleaf. It might be one of the recommended shields in the POB. If you open up the POB notes, scroll all... I guess you don't need to scroll because it's all the way up at the top. You can see what I'm talking about. We are 2 levels under the lab because we're doing it right away. The biggest issue right now would be physical mitigation for me. So whenever I'm running to these big packs, I want to make sure, like especially blue packs, I hit my Granite Flask. Granite Flask is the only thing keeping us alive against the physical mitigation right now because we don't have a lot of armor gear. We have like okay, but not a lot. Again, if you're on the version with Determination, you're going to be a lot tankier, right? Okay, here's Trial.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens.
Ooh. Okay. I think we're actually making good time, even through the terrible Act 1 disaster.
Honor your name.
Hello, friend.
Such resilience. A wise emperor recognizes that life and empire are the same.
Now, if you enjoy the damage you're getting from the Flame Golem, I may make a recommendation that you purchase a Chaos Golem and you level it in the offset. And the reason for this is because the Chaos Golem will give you much more damage than the Flame Golem when you're in maps, right? However, you're not going to get the AoE you get from the Flame Golem. The thing is, at the end of the day, your golems are only going to last a little bit in maps, and then you're going to stop using them because they're going to start dying because we're not investing into golems, right? Or we're not an Elementalist, for example. Speaking of Elementalist, Righteous Fire Elementalist will go faster through the campaign and faster through the early mapping. You're also going to have a lot better boss damage. Chieftain catches up here around the time it gets Ignite Proliferation, at which point I personally enjoy Chieftain. Ellie will have a lot more trouble building defenses. Chieftain will have more trouble doing single target. My honest opinion, Chieftain will map faster once it gets its prolit.
Give of yourself.
It's kind of scary with we dropped a 5-link. Now, it's pretty uncommon to get 5 links, so we could color this for Fire Trap. I'm going to throw it on the floor. I never saw it. Now, I started equipping MTX on my character, and then Azaro almost one-shot me with his slam, so I had to stop. So I'll get the rest of the MTX on soon. Probably should be. What's it called again? The set I'm wearing? Hellfire. I got some horns on too? Oh, let's go, dude. Let's go.
I cannot do this yet.
Alright, now we gotta kind of change it up though, because
Emperor must keep those
yeah,
promises.
there we go. Blue fire with the red fire. You know why? Because the fire on me burns so hot it emanates as blue. Yep. On a side note, I will, if I can remember... Oh, whoa, whoa. So those green things teleport you if you're in them. I will try to remember to flash the different RFMTXs so people can see all the different kinds. Alright. Click, click, click. Select. I don't really know. Here, I will never use Vitality. Give me some keys. Okay. Awesome. Cool. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Ascendancy. I like to go, personally, Inakora Death Fury. Now, the POB recommends going Ramako Sun's Light. Both of them are good. Inakora offers you Explodes, which is quite literally a fun multiplier. Ramako Sun's Light will offer you a lot more single target. That's where you're struggling. It's important if you want to build your character correctly to understand what you are weak to right now, because even though you may be following what I'm doing, you will have a different experience than me. If you decide to go with the Ramako route, you should take a look at the notes in the POB to see what you're changing. There are some slight change-ups. One of the first things that you want to do is you want to remove the combustion support gem from your fire trap, and you want to replace it with Swift Affliction. Reason you want to do this is Ramako Sun's Light now states when you are standing still, mobs have -20 fire resistance against damage over time. Standing still is instantaneous. If you sneeze, you probably stood still. If you shield charge, there's like delay at the end that's causing you to stand still. If you cast a curse, you're standing still. Enduring Cry, standing still. Press your flame golem, standing still. If you get stunned, you're standing still. With that being said, you're also going to go ahead and replace your flammability with punishment, because flammability no longer works. Thank you for the gifted, my friend. I'll call out the notifications at the end of this recording when we are finished with the campaign. I personally don't really ever struggle with damage in the campaign with Righteous Fire, and therefore I prefer to go with the Explode setup that you can kind of see there, and you can see them popping. We're going to go ahead and just take one more point into an AoE node, and then it's time to get some life, because I want to be above 2k life. I feel pretty squished right now. Now, we're going to go ahead and walk over here. This area right here is an area that has these things called Fireflies. Now, Fireflies, essentially, you got to collect 7 of them, and you get a skill point, and that's really all you need to know. This Blood Scepter is finally going to be our Scepter upgrade. You ready? Set? Just kidding. Now for this boss, throw fire traps. When he starts to roar, he spawns a lot of these like weird looking things. They move to where you were standing, so if you just move around, the boss just dies. There's one more. Okay, perfect.
You go with hello. Be kind if you can.
The end of learning is the beginning.
Oh, what is this layout? Go this way. Rax sent me here. Nice. I hear Rax is also going to be league starting RF. Am I standing still if I'm moving, asking for a friend? If you're moving through still water, then yes. Sure. So, speaking of that leather belt drop right there, since we are 54, we can actually use a belt that you're going to level pretty much all the way to level 100. That belt is known as Immortal Flesh. Immortal Flesh is a very powerful life and regeneration based belt. It even gives you some armor and helps you mitigate physical damage because of the flat reduction that it has against phys attacks. Very, very powerful item. Also, usually pretty cheap. Couple of chaos. Can't tell if I'm going the right. Oh, there it is. Ashara's Star. This gets turned into Whalem.
Always keep
Boom.
your eyes on the horizon.
Okay. I'm gonna do here is get Heart of the Warrior. We're up to 1770 HP. Now this zone layout is kind of cursed. If you want to learn zone layouts, you can go look at a YouTuber named Killer. He'll help you a lot. I don't have the attention span to learn or remember zone layouts. I'm unfortunately the guy who just complains about them. Yep, you heard it first. Anyway, moving on. Somewhere in the middle here, if you can figure out how to get there, will be a waypoint. Is it a waypoint? Anyway, it's the way you need to go. Let's see here. Where is it? Hey, some chromatics. There we go. There is. Okay. Here somewhere. I'm definitely not going to full clear the zone. Definitely not going to full clear the zone. You know, I'm confused. Is it on the right side? Is it on the bottom side? Or is it on the left side? Because it's one of those. Can't be anywhere else. Surely it's right there. It's right here. Bam. You know what? What does this lore have to say? Okay, never mind. It didn't talk to me. Surely it's on the left side then. Okay, it's got to be here. Here we go. Yep, there it is. There it is. So I don't know how you get to it. Let's just go around. Is it just right here? Holy hallelujah. Let's go. I did not full clear. That zone is maybe 80% cleared, but not full cleared. Okay, bud? We got to go back to geometry class. I took 2 geometries I took 2 geometry classes my high school year. It was, or high school senior year. It was very weird. They put me in geometry and informal geometry. I was the king of shapes. Yeah, I didn't do so good my first year in high school, and I failed algebra. And then I like caught back up, and then they were like, you're missing a math credit, so you can either take night school or take another math course, but you can't take algebra 2 right now because you're taking algebra 2, and you can't take geometry because you're already taking geometry, and you already did algebra, so like we can put you in informal geometry. And I'm like, okay, I guess. So they put me in a class with a bunch of people that like I mean nothing against these people, but like they made me feel smart, and I was like, wow, this class is great. Like I was a king in that class, man. But then I went to algebra 2 and I was like the dumbest kid in there. It was so weird. I went from being like the smartest kid in the class to the dumbest kid in the class. It was such an interesting, yeah, it was very interesting. The best part about it is that I had the same teacher for both of the courses. There we go. I was the smartest and the dumbest at the same time. Yep. You want to know how dumb smart I was? So get this. I knew I wasn't going to pass algebra 2 because like I didn't really apply myself, and I was so far behind in math at the time back in high school. So instead, what I did is I took night school for algebra 2 while I was taking algebra 2. So I failed algebra 2 and then I passed the night school. It was great. It was so great. It was like amazing. But like normally you take night school because you failed a course. I took it because I knew preemptively. So yeah, so like nothing happened. That scepter has fire dot multi. My brain told me to pick it up one day. One day, one of these scepters are going to have something. Okay, perfect time. I like Purity of Flesh here because we get 8 Chaos Res. This boss does have a lot of Chaos damage. Boss is like really squishy. Same concept. When it's looking at you, just move to the other side. Don't get hit by the purple crosses. When you kill it in its first phase, it eats sin and goes down, and then it's going to pop up in like one of these, I think 3 corners. Yeah, so here it is again. So same concept. If it looks at you, move. See, like that. Now it's dead. Goodbye. There's another attack where it goes boom, 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 boom. Oh, sorry, silk, not sin. Silk, like it's a spider, and it like spins like the... Is that like a... Actually, no, they do webs. Like, I'm stupid. I'm gonna shut up. Anyway, how are you guys doing, YouTube? Hope you guys are having a great time. Don't forget, if your gear is poo-poo, you can always gamble. You can gamble at 1 person in each town. So you want to make sure that you are updating your gear every so often. That's kind of important. Don't feel bad if you don't have, like, a good weapon. If you look at my weapon, it's not very impressive. That cold damage overtime multiplier literally does nothing. So it is just a weapon picked up off the floor with fire damage crap. And you can see the damage I'm doing, right? What level breakdown should you gamble? So I like to do my first set of gambling at around 28 to 31. And the reasoning for that is... The main reasoning is I don't get the big RF supports till 31, and my rolling magma will be like 3-linked anyway. There's no harm in gambling earlier. I mean, at like 28, that's fine. It's just because I can't even use all the supports, I usually just wait till that level. Will we still have gold in a new league? Yes. What gives you more damage? Righteous Fire scales off of a number of modifiers, such as life, fire damage, area damage, fire damage over time multiplier, damage over time multiplier, increased damage, elemental damage, burning damage, lowering a target's resistance, such as using the ascendancy Ramako-san's Light. Prior to that, you can use things like flammability, scorch, the combustion support gem on another skill to trigger it, wave of conviction, which will trigger exposure, things like that. Life is a very big part of Righteous Fire builds, because life is your base damage. Because life is your base damage, it's important to always try to keep up with your life pool. I would say my life pool is relatively low right now, and that's because I'm scared to gamble more. Not scared, but I don't want to overestimate how much currency I have in like a new league or for newer players. So I'm not gambling gear right now, but normally I would try to update my gear just because the life multiplier helps with the clear a lot. More life gives RF damage. Yeah, I recommend you take a minute to just read the skill gem. A lot of people kind of forget the basics sometimes. Basics are very important. Tried the website links and they were broken. I disabled the website links because I stopped working with POE Vault and I have moved on to Mobalytics. So I removed them until I'm able to update them. The RF Chieftain is up on Mobalytics now. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of like writing a lot of stuff out, but the build is playable and you can go get the POV from there and read what is currently available. I just like to put a lot of detail into my main guides, so you can expect to see a lot more text in that guide for specific things. An idea would be if you look at the notes section in my path of building, I would say it's going to look closer to the notes section on that website if I'm able to do something like that, just without all the colors. No need for the colors when I could just tag stuff. Okay, it is time for Dodre. Now, Dodre has like 3 different things going on. So it can spawn with 1 of 3 colors: green, red, or purple. Green, less damage. Red, you take more. Purple, I think you're slowed. In this instance, we have red, so extra damage taken. We're just going to kill her in 3, 2, 1, and she's dead. Now, if you have too many stacks, you can cleanse them by clicking the valve, and of course, try to dodge those big boom booms. Previously, you would refer to Icy Veins guide. Yeah, so right now, if you look at the notes section, it will kind of cover a lot of what it said before, and whatever was on the guide previously, I will migrate over to the Mobalytics guide. I just need some time because there's so much content to update. So I'm doing my best. Alright, when you go here to Quay, you have 2 options. You could go to the right, or you could choose to go to the left instead. Before you go too crazy here, you want to make sure that you find, I don't know how to explain it, there's like one little part, it's like a little dugout area. It's to get a quest item, right? So we're going to kind of just like move around until we find it. Here we go. Okay. Can you use Lightbringer? Sure. There you go. Now from here, there's 2 things we can do. So we can go turn in this, like go do the requirement to get a skill point from this, which I think is to the left there. So I'm going to drop a portal. Or B, we can move forward and try to get to the next zone, because if we get to the next zone, we are going to be able to get a waypoint and we can just save a little bit of time. So that's what I'm doing right now. So get that waypoint, come back, then take the TP. Run this back here. And let's interact with it. Some numbers, because I know people are curious. We have 17k damage per second on the fire trap. You want to look at the deals fire damage per second, right? And then on our RF right now, we are rocking 19k. I don't really ever look at tooltips until super late game, so I'm not good at going off metrics. I only say this because I get a lot of people who say like, hey man, I'm following your guide, but I have, you know, this much on my RF. Is this good? These are just very difficult questions to answer. That's why I always just refer people to the POB. The POB is kind of what you want to keep up with. All right, let me turn this in, get our skill point.
Tell me something.
Sell some of this. Any of that.
Stay out of the shadows.
Run over here. This should, there we go. There's our skill point. Okay. Now, we're going to my favorite part of the entire campaign. I hope that you are ready.
I cannot do this yet.
Also, for people who are going to ask, there's a section in the POB, probably around now, maybe earlier, where you take Spiritual Aid. Spiritual Aid makes it so minion damage essentially is like fire damage. It would be more accurate to say increased damage, but a lot of people don't understand what that means, so think of it similar to fire damage. This doesn't mean you're playing a minion build, this doesn't mean you're supposed to use specters, this doesn't mean you're supposed to use anything minion related. It has nothing to do with your flame golem, and it has nothing to do with your skitterbots. It simply gives you another access to scale damage because people struggle with righteous fire damage. When you're navigating the zone, you want to go to the dead bodies here. Another advantage of Spiritual Aid is you get to craft some entry-level weapons easier when players don't understand things like recombinators. You can find this on my website. Now right here, you'll notice a lot of little mini-boss guys. Simply chuck a fire trap like this. One for you, you, and you, then Frostblink. Congratulations, you just leveled up and you gained a skill point.
Go with courage.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on. Is it here? Yeah, it's here. Okay, here we go. To the Imperial Fields. No underground tunnel strat. I don't know what that means. Underground tunnel. There is an underground tunnel that connects the bathhouse and the Solaris concourse and the grain grade. I'm good. That's just more stuff to remember. Okay, here's our waypoint. That is definitely cool, but I think for the future. I had no idea that was a thing. Now, what we're trying to do in this campaign is we are going to kill a fire boss here. He will give us kind of like a half piece, kind of like if you remember Duresso and Comb, right? And then we're going to do the same thing, but for the other boss. We're going to get 2 piece halves, and then we're going to get to fight a boss. Now, because our body armor is so out of date, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this essence right here. See if it's good. Content. What is that? Okay, that doesn't do anything. We're just going to alch this body armor. And it has 600 armor versus our current one with 100. So, what I'm going to do, and it actually even has suffix open for fire runs. I am going to chrome it really fast. Swap our gem links. Okay, there we go. I'm out of portal scrolls. Wow, how is that even possible? Do that. Now, one thing to note is that because this body armor has no life on it, you can take a life mastery for 15% increased maximum life. That will work. If it has any life modifiers on it at all, it's not going to work.
How you going?
Let's see. Let me sell some of these. Get some of those. Quality that bad boy for 700. Anything with the tag life will make it mess up. Craft some fire res right here. Come over here. Identify a new ring for our build. Unfortunately, it's not. That jewel, poo-poo. That ring, poo-poo. That flask, don't care. Get out of here. Cool. Alright. To the Solaris Temple, and now we're going to go through this way. What kind of damage is Lunaris? I think it's very heavy physical.
Hail!
Did you kill Tolman or Skip? Tolman, the guy with the Ankh? I killed him and turned it in for a skill point. I guess cold would make sense too. Fizz is extra cold. Must have missed something. I mean, here. Type / passives. I don't know what his name is. I'm sure it's one of these. You missed it too? Wow, you guys are making me feel young. Let's keep doing that. Love is Dead is the one. Okay. Do streamers have early access to new leagues? No, this is not the new league. This is a campaign recording for YouTube so people can follow along in the new league with this character. Even though you're not going to have the same league mechanics, 99% of the content is the same. You can't really make a league start video when the league starts because it already started and people are playing.
I cannot do this yet.
The widget on the left is for a different account, and I'm unable to update it right now. I apologize. At the end of the run, I can switch things back. Technically, we could watch the stream. Well, that's true, but if streaming was enough content for people, then videos wouldn't really be a thing, right? But they absolutely are. Videos for YouTube are very popular. They're a decent source of my income, I'd say. What is the easiest way to get 2 fire gems to 20% quality? Good question. So, in the build, later on, when we're finished with the campaign, and we want to try to get an entry-level scepter, on my guide, on the website, you can see something about recombinating. Now, it's recommended to recombinate 2 weapons together. A +1 level of fire gems weapon alongside with a damage over time multiplier suffix. That's a prefix and a suffix. Now, getting the +1 fire gems is not really worth alt rolling. Alt rolling is the process of using alteration orbs to try to hit your desired mod. Instead of this, what you can do, you can vendor 40% quality worth of fire gems. Typically, that's 2 20s, makes a 40. They're the easiest to acquire. Oftentimes, you can find a lot of random gems from various league mechanics, Blight, Ritual, Huyin, what is it called? Expedition. That is Tuyin. Legion. There's a lot of random stuff. What I can give you is a little trick, which is going to hurt my income in the new league. There is a divination card that is 20% quality Summon Raging Spirit. Summon Raging Spirit is a fire gem. You can snipe that card early to get 20% quality worth. I don't know if it's worth farming in SSF. I think it's kind of rare. In Trade League, it's not, and you can just buy it. In fact, you can set buyouts on the Faustus exchange. So you can be like, I got a, you know, a Chaos, I'll buy 2 of these cards, or I don't know. I forgot exactly, but that's basically what you do, right? And then you can have, you know, you can wake up in the morning to like 10 cards, and that's like 5 gems worth, right? You can do some interesting stuff. Otherwise, I think you have to kind of scalp the trade market. I would always optimize every build I play for what I'm doing. So if I want to play RF in hardcore, I would modify it. I would push like 6 life masteries as soon as possible, rush a Shaper Shield for life gain on block. I would prioritize defense in general. I would take more block nodes early. There's a lot to do. This shield, I thought it just said, oh man, it's still pretty good though. Okay. Suffix open, prefix open. I don't know what I can actually craft here. Okay, so we'll just do fire res. Play it safe. Is there a world where I get 1 green? I know I could have crafted 1 green here, but I thought... Oh. Frostblink Skitterbot. Oh. I mean, surely this works. This game sucks. Okay. Wait. What? Like, everything's fine. We will use that shield soon. Okay? Now, even though we have these 2 pieces, there is still a skill point to gain. So to get this skill point, and there's a labyrinth, we're going to go to the bathhouse. I don't know if we're supposed to go down there. I always forget. Isn't your scepter? Malevolence. Important. You run this act so different. Yeah, I'm not very efficient, per se. This spot is also notorious for killing players who zoom because of the porcupines again. Let me ask, are you going to do a campaign run through for RF Elementalist? I am not going to have the time, and I think I will burn out if I do that. I think my editor is working on doing a compilation of just killing the bosses for RF Ellie, and then that, of course, will have a POB attached. This boss is kind of annoying. This boss over here does a lot of damage over time, and these homies over here also do a lot of damage. These balls are also very toxic. He's really squishy, but he does a lot of damage, so just pay attention to him. Level 88. No, we're 60. You can't look at the gear widget, it's for a different account. Okay, that should conclude this zone. So let's go ahead and do that. There's our skill points. Soon we get Disciple in training, and that is a lot of life for us. Okay, These bosses do a lot of damage. I'm just gonna put... Oh, I have no TP skulls. Okay, surely we don't just die, right? Alright. I'm not really sure what tips I can give other than, like, don't stand still. The bosses just hit, like, incredibly hard. There's, like, this weird checkerboard attack as well. Yeah, we can go back for the lab trial. It's okay. That's what I've been doing a lot. So remember, check. It's okay if your Swift Affliction, your Blood Rage, and your faster attacks aren't leveled up. But it's very important on the dexterity side that your Fire Trap is leveling up. You have to always level that Fire Trap up, no matter what the cost. Well, I can't say no matter what, because people make some very silly decisions, but it is the bulk of your single target, right? So you've got to make sure you're leveling that gem. This is a good place to try to get heavy dexterity on your rings, your amulet, your gloves, your boots, maybe? Depends on, I think depends maybe on the base. Very, very important. Because you can only get so much dexterity from the passive tree. In a video you bought 3 fire traps saying you need a couple. Why is that? Sure. So, the only thing that's better than a level 20 gem is a level 21 gem. Path of Exile, your gems stop leveling at level 20 with most of your standard gems. Because they stop at 20, the next push for you would be getting them to 21. The only feasible way to do that right away is by corrupting them. Corrupting them with a Volor. Since it's unlikely your first one hits 21, it's good to have a lot of backup ones. One of the biggest things, and when I say one of the biggest issue with Righteous Fire is single target damage. You want to try to get that 21 fire trap as soon as possible. Nothing compares to a +1 gem level for your single target skill. In terms of like gem quality and stuff like that, right?
I cannot do this yet.
I would not pick up every rare, even in SSF. It's time consuming. I would pick up for what I need, and then I would move on. You do not need Fire Trap to be 2020. The quality on Fire Trap is not that important. Hello, this is the 1-800 RF Help hotline. How can I assist you? You're not sustaining Righteous Fire? Have no fear, the Fire Mastery is here. Make sure you have over 120 fire resistance when trying to start RF in Act 2. Is your damage poo-poo? I see. Make sure you're pivoting your Fire Trap into an Elder Helm. You can craft the Elder Helm by first getting an Elder Helm base drop using the Harvest Reforged Fire until you get Concentrated Effect and Burning. It rolls from level 16, 18, and 20, but any level of them is fine. The reason you want to do this is it turns a 4-link helmet into a 6-link helmet. Why is this? Because 4 links plus Conk Effect is 5, plus burn damage is 6. Is your clear speed very poo-poo? I see. The best way to elevate your clear speed in maps would be incorporating Ignite Proliferation. You can find this in 2 different ways. There's actually 3, but 2 is the most common. Number 1, you can look for a Fan the Flames Cluster Jewel. This rolls on item level 68 plus medium cluster jewels that are associated with burning or fire damage over time, whatever they're called. The second one would be getting Exarch Embers and rolling them on your gloves to get the implicit for your Ignite spread in an area of effect. Are you still dying? I see. Are you high level? You're in maps. Okay, when you're in higher level maps, specifically red maps, you want to start pivoting your shield something similar to your helmet. When I say similar, we're just regarding influence. One of the big pivots in survivability for Righteous Fire is incorporating a Shaper Shield. Shaper Shields can roll 3 to 5% max life recovery on block. Pair this with 75 block cap, and basic monsters actually heal you when they hit you. What was the third one? Oh yeah, the third one is called Barracks Respite. I don't really mention it much because it's expensive on League starts. It's very different from Ignite Proliferation. It takes your Ignites and kind of spreads them to adjacent mobs. It's very cool. I like Ignite Prolif more. There we go. Big life node. Is RF not nerfed? RF was like buffed. There's a rune graph that gives us free cover and ash, which is pretty nice. And because we're not dealing with mercenaries anymore, our build gets a buff. Righteous Fire was not a very good build for mercenaries, unfortunately. It took quite a bit of investment for mercenaries to actually help your build. A lot of people don't like to, a lot of people kind of like to debate this with me, and for me, there's not really any debating. I could name like 10 different reasons why mercenaries did not really work well for Righteous Fire, and in fact, let's start. Number one, there's this thing that a lot of people don't realize with the way damage over time works. If a target puts a damage over time on a monster, they're attributed the kill for it. And since RF is kind of weird, and I don't know if it's tagged as damage over time, mercenaries actually brick your Hinokora explosions if they apply damage over time. But wait, there's more. Even if you give them items that prevent them from doing damage, you can have a damage over time on a target even if it does 0 damage. Meaning, any of those mercs you were running with Malevolence that were casting Bane were interfering with your Hinokora explosions. Furthermore, an easy way to scale damage from mercenaries would be through curses and auras, right? Well, unfortunately for Righteous Fire Chieftain, those don't do much for you. The only one that really can help you would be Malevolence, but Malevolence is incredibly frustrating because it rolls on mercenaries that are often associated with damage over time. The only way to really alleviate this from my experience was using something like the Pathfinder one, the one that did like the bow stuff, because sometimes you could get like one without all the damage oriented on it, and that was pretty good. But not being able to benefit from an actual curse just kind of felt really bad. As other builds are getting free dual curses and auras along with other effects, we're kind of left in the dust, and that just felt really bad. Now, if we're talking about like somewhere in the mid and the late game, you can actually get pretty decent mercenary setup from here. But again, it comes with investment, right? If you, for example, were to get a mercenary, stack Malevolence effect, give them a Zoph's Heart for cover and ash, give them a Leer cast, things like that, then you can actually scale up to the point where they're doing something. If you're playing solo self-bound, this does take a while. Now, there's another group of players who like to say, I ran a determination mercenary with vitality to help me be more tanky. Whereas there is nothing wrong with that. There is never a world where I would run a mercenary combination like that, which would end up making me lose 50% boss damage. It's just too much of an investment for me when I'm just losing damage. Now, there's nothing wrong with playing the game your way, and you absolutely should. But for someone like me who's played Righteous Fire a lot, I think a lot's maybe even an understatement, I have very niche things I want the build to accomplish. So when it's being hindered in any type of way, it just doesn't feel good, right? That's more of the bigger issue I have. So now what we're doing is we're going to come over here and we're going to go fight a boss known as Shakira Hips Don't Lie. So the way you summon this boss is, if you saw what we did earlier, we came over here to the foothills, we went into the boiling lake, we killed the basilisk, we acquired the item, I think we do the little mini thing in the Vistiri Desert here where we're actually like fighting the monsters. Then you get the Bottled Storm, and with the Bottled Storm, you can go fight Shakira. Yeah, I think some of the audience might be too young to understand that one. Sometimes I forget how old I am. There's a ruby flask. How nice. Alright, I am going to grab Retribution for 15% increased damage and some attack speed, because attack speed is a nice stat. I think this is called Hellfire Armor right now. Are we not all old? I don't know, my chat always reminds me of how old I am, so I just assume people are younger than me. I'm 32, but I've never heard of Hips Don't Lie. You should look it up, dude. It's pretty catchy. I don't want this. It gives cast speed, fire dispels, but it's not that good. Yeah, I'm 32. I'm a January 23rd, 1993 kid. Oh, this is some banger music. All right, so for this boss, you get them low, and then you have to do this like weird little like. You gotta do this like, I don't know what to call it. You can call it a gauntlet. I don't know. It's not a gauntlet. Anyway, the boss kind of moves, and if you move too fast, then it's gonna like break, and you have to come back. It's not gonna break. It just won't progress this, right? So you have to like kind of wait as the boss moves. "32 and feeling old." Hey, I got gray hair. I got a lot of gray hair. Yeah. Sometimes I get a little like I feel like I have too much gray hair for my age, but I'm sure a lot of it is genetic. I mean, the first league I'll play, you know, first day of the league, 18 out of 24 hours, sometimes 24. Depends. Thing is, because I'm very active with chatters in my stream, I do get tired, right? I'm not just like playing games 24/7. There's a bit more going on. If I'm just like playing a game 24/7, I could go for like 40 hours still. Like I'm definitely not to the point where I need to sleep all day. That's definitely not. Love how many old people flock here. It's great, dude. We got a great community here, man. We do. All right, now that we did Hips Don't Lie, we got a skill point. Is RF Inquisitor still viable? So, viable, sure. Is it better than Chieftain? No. Is it good for leveling? Sure. Problem is, it doesn't have Explode like Chieftain, and it doesn't have damage like Elementalist. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. So, it doesn't really excel in much. Other than, I guess, maybe the campaign, it's not too bad. Yeah, actually, let me clarify. My hair is not gray. It's white. You get white hair that comes in.
I cannot do this yet.
Well, there's gray and there's white, no? My hair is white, not gray. So here is one of our 3 labs. Gosh, my regen is not very good. What the heck? Oh, that was weird. Okay, let's do a level check. We are still up the level. That's nice. Up to date with level. Okay, the quarry. Now for here, I recommend running straight down the middle. Running down the middle is ideal here because you get the waypoint, and then you have 2 ways you can go, left or right. One of them gets you a skill point, one of them takes you to a new zone, where you get to go fight Budget Iron Man. Okay, let's see. So this boss is kind of annoying. If you have a bad computer, it will lag you unless they fix that. These tornadoes do like a lot of physical damage, so I kind of just back away from them. I don't know why I called the other guy Budget Iron Man. It kind of just popped up into my head. I don't even remember the last time I watched Iron Man. Did they ever make anything new with that? A long ass time ago. Riot's gonna claim copyright for saying running it down mid. I was a top laner in Season 2. I played Tryndamere. Tryndamere and Riven were my mains. Oh, where's my feather? Yoink! New golem. You have weird body pains? People say after 30 everything hurts. No, I mean, I have like psoriasis and eczema and a whole bunch. Like, basically, I have like skin problems to the max. Other than skin problems, not really. I mean, if I overdo moving stuff with my back, like I do my best to not like lift with my back, but like sometimes, you know, yeah, sometimes something happens. That's some giant ass rock to be under if you fully dodge the Avengers hype. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, I live in a bubble that even reality can't penetrate, right? Like, I don't know how to explain it. I eat, sleep, RF, and repeat. There's not really any other way for me to describe that. You care about spoilers? No, I'm too dumb. I'll just forget it in 5 minutes. Alright, so this guy right here, when he does that boom boom, you just move away from him and throw fire traps. And then he dies, and then you come over here and you get your loot. He died. Oh. Like... Oh. That's not good. Oh. Oh. In the movie. Oh! Oh. That's not so bad then. That's actually what I was gonna ask next. I'm like, IRL? I guess that would make sense. You said spoiler. You said spoiler, but you know, I can't tell with Twitch chat sometimes. Wait, that sounds kind of hype. I want to go watch that now. Like, something actually happened? Like, the story, like, changed? You know what I mean? Spoiler from 4 years ago. Dude, everything's a spoiler for me at this point. Great. How much time do you spend out of the house? I don't. I take very heavy vitamin D pills.
Don't snuff my... Wait, what about a deal? What about last time?
I spend very little time. I mean, like, I walk around the neighborhood from time to time, and I sit on my back porch, but there's not much sunlight that happens. The outside is not nice to me. I don't know what's up with it, but bugs are, like, obsessed with me. Bugs are giga obsessed with me. I hate it. They fly in my hair, like... Ugh, I don't like bugs at all. I don't like bugs. I don't like roaches. I don't like spiders. I think the only thing I'm cool with are ants. I don't like them. I'm just not scared of them. Even though I'm highly allergic to fire ants, I don't mind them, per se. Like, if I see an ant, I'm like, oh, smush. Or like, oh, where are you going? Smush. If I see a roach, I call it 5 seconds of liquid courage, right? So my girlfriend's vegan, and she tries to, like, she wants to, like, save everything, right? She wants to, like, actively save everything. So the, you know, the, how do I say this? The monster in me, if something touches me that's a bug, it gets the sandal. It just, bam, like, it's just gone, you know? Like, something's in the corner of my eye, bam, it's just gone, right? But then over, you know, the years we've been together, she's like, no, don't do that. Like, how could you do that? Like, what? So now my liquid courage has kind of disappeared. And then I'm just like, oh, shit, a roach. What the fuck? Like, you know, my whole dynamic has kind of changed now. Because I used to just see roach, eliminate, gone. But then she wants to, like, catch them in a cup. And then she wants to throw it outside. And in the old house we had, like, it was fucked, man. We had a roach that got marked with green because it went to this, like, weird spot on our house. So then she caught the roach, right? You do, like, the typical, like, paper cup thing. And she threw it out of the house. And 5 minutes later, it was back in the house again. How? I don't know, because the house wasn't sealed. It was a garbage house. But you could tell because it had the green thing on it, right? It had the green thing. So I'm like, babe, like, they're just coming back because our house isn't sealed. Our house was made in, like, I don't even know, dude, fucking, like 1912, maybe even before. Who knows, dude? The house was so old that it's got, like, a central vacuuming unit. I didn't understand what it is. Like, attached to, like, the middle of the house, there's like a giant, like, thing. and then you can like pull a nozzle out of it, and you can like vacuum the house, and then it goes all the way back into the garage, and in the garage there's like a giant thing that just like sits there, and that's where all the stuff goes to. But the problem is that nobody emptied that for like 80 years. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about what we found in there, so yep. Okay, so where we're at over here now, we gotta do kind of similar to like Malachi. We gotta kill 3 bosses, right? So we killed Shavron, and we killed Malagaro, and now we're killing Dodre. Now, Dodre is kind of weird. I'm just gonna let you guys know ahead of time. You should be fine on Dodre, but RF has this weird thing, right? RF has this like very weird thing where you kind of kill the thing you're supposed to hide behind. So I'll give you an example here where here is Dodre, and when you're fighting Dodre, she will shift into this form, and then she will start to scream. But if you go behind this, your RF will kill it, and you will take damage. So it's best to pop your granite and or your ruby, hit your life flasks, and just kill her. Otherwise, tap your portal and just go through the portal. Just take out the gem. That doesn't work, actually. Taking out the gem still provides your character with the degen, even though you don't have the gem on. Like, this doesn't actually work. As weird as that sounds. Watch. You see my life regen? See how it's still poo-poo? It doesn't change. Yes, but it doesn't break the pillar. Oh, sorry, you're correct. Sorry, my bad. You are actually correct. Yeah, you're right, you're right. It will stop doing damage, but you still have the degen. You're correct. That was my fault. Now on this boss, I forgot, it kind of went through too fast. These balls do a lot of damage. You don't want to stand in them, so move away. When the ads spawn, they do a lot of damage. If you have a granite flask, tap it. Throw your fire traps around you, so when the mobs come in to hit you, they die from it. Then there's kind of like some poo-poo on the floor. Be careful, if you stand in it, you get a lot of stacks of like random, I forgot exactly what they are, but you get like these random stack things, so be careful from them. Okay, let's go ahead and try to speed this up, shall we? We are officially in the last act. Welcome, everybody. I gotta say, this was actually pretty fast considering how long we spent in Act 1. Like, kind of crazy. I cannot look at that link right now. I'm sorry, friend. When the run is over, we can go check. I gotta finish up the YouTube run. We're very close.
Once more into the bleeding heart of fury and depravity.
What went wrong in Act 1? We never found any intelligence. Okay. Then we're just gonna move on over here. And by going over here, we can go get to the next part of this. Hopefully is it this way? Nope, it's not this way. That's the problem with being IRL no int ever. Same, bud, same. I got you, dude. Could you possibly explain the crucial steps post-campaign once you get there? Well, this run is specifically for the campaign, so that will be for a separate topic. And in fact, if you open up right now my path of building that you can find on my website, box.net, and you open up the notes, and you look at, I want to say, the level 60 to 80 range, there will be some tips there on starting maps. Here we go. You have an old POB then. It's always important to make sure you update your POB by grabbing the latest one on my website.
If you are innocent before, remember humanity.
Bannon. Now that for freedom.
As a reminder to everyone, I'm trying to finish up my campaign recording for YouTube. After we finish this, I'll be more than happy to answer the questions you guys have. Until then, please be patient and help the chat by answering out the questions for players. Thank you very much for your patience. Alright, I'm gonna take Juggernaut for some armor. So this place is kind of like, you remember when you fought Innocence in the early acts and that zone had crazy density? This is another one of those zones with very crazy density. Very crazy density. Also, I want to ask a request from some individual in here. If you wouldn't mind, after this video is posted, it'll most likely be posted tonight, would you please go through and just help me by timestamping when you're watching? Just saves me a lot of time because I've got other things to do. And then once that's timestamped, I'll just say thank you with the comment, and then I can just add it into the video. Do. Okay, up here are always, this is usually like blue pack / big density. So for example, like if you go up here, it'd be like decent mobs. Yep, 2 rares and a magic pack. Pretty nice. 3 rares? Holy. 4 rare? I can't even tell anymore. I think that was 3. I don't really need XP right now though, so I'm gonna just kind of try to finish this. I don't know if it's this way or not. It's confusing sometimes. No, okay, so it is down here. What the heck? These ball side areas are really messing up my runs. Yeah, it is. I didn't think it would be, but that was because of the ball side area, right? Or no? Oh, no. It's definitely left here. It's definitely like this direction, surely, right? Up? Okay, yeah, whatever. Sure thing. Oh, right. I completely forgot. Whoops. So there's this one thing we were supposed to do a few acts ago. The thing is, when we killed Groost, right? The Groost was the guy who, like, spits on you. I don't know if you guys remember that. This right after we ascended the second time, and you kill that first boss, you actually have the ability to unlock a Pantheon, and the Pantheon gives you, essentially, in our instance, close to immunity to bleeding, right? This is also the area here where there's a lot of magic packs. So, magic pack here, magic pack over here. Magic packs give a lot of XP. Now, this boss might actually one-shot you if you stand in the AoE there of the swipe. He hits very hard, so you will just see me kind of bounce around on this guy. I kind of need that staff. Let's just do that. Perfect. Take that. Sure. That's a lot of life, actually. Too bad I'm bendering it.
For freedom.
Well, now, time and time.
Fair winds
Okay.
and calm.
Hello there, exile.
Alright. Let's do that. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do really fast is we're going to go back to Act 8. I'm going to allocate Ralakesh. We're going to the bathhouse. And the reason we're going to the bathhouse is so we can get that last labyrinth trial so we can ascend before Katava. We still have, I think, one more thing to do. Is it just Valenta? I think it's just Valenta, and then I think we're actually done. Valenta, Merc Lab, and the Zaro. And I think we are finished. Yeah. Okay, here's Lab. 1, 2, 3, 4. This way? No, this way? I'm cooked. Ow. Okay. I mean, as you can see from this run, my gear is not very good, right? My gear is not good at all. We're just gonna log here. You can get through with extremely minimal gear. Now I have a pay-to-win hideout, so I'm gonna enter Labyrinth from here. Then all we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and go run Merc Lab.
With precision.
I think that weapon is nuts. The cold multi-weapon? Me too. Wait, did I not take... I did take Ralakesh. Okay, I guess my regen is just so poo-poo I can't survive against, like, even basic stuff. Yeah, the Twitch overlay is on a different account. Since I'm doing this recording in one run, I did not want to spend 5 minutes to, like, go switch it.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
Holy Flame Totem is in my POB. It's fine to level with, although I prefer rolling magma. You need to make sure you are shooting the Holy Flame Totem into the flame wall.
The weary traveler draws close to the end.
Okay, here we go. This is looking like maybe a 440, 445 campaign. That's good. I can officially tell people around like less than 5 hours. That's nice.
Withstand the siege. You are inexhaustible. Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire.
Let's see. I always like to go right in Labyrinth. I'm a kind of right Andy. It's the right way. Yeah, I'll never forget. One time in SSF, I was farming Ball Lightning of Orbiting. And the Labyrinth layout... Also, if you see on the map like this means there's a Dark Shrine. I will never forget. So I was farming... Wait, there's no Dark Shrine? Oh, here it is.
The pursuit of power
Like
can be a grudge.
Okay, extra key. So I was farming Ball Lightning of Orbiting, and the lab layout was like go left in one of the zones. And my brain just like couldn't do it. So I would like go right and then make like a giant freaking U-turn and then go left. And I did this like 17 labs in a row. It was terrible. Everyone's like, go left. I'm like, I can't, man. I can't, like, my brain doesn't allow me to. I have to go right. Like, the labyrinth is always go right.
Resilience. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Oh, we're so close to finishing the run. I hope you guys have enjoyed. It was honestly pretty smooth. Yeah, I think it's because I'm getting better at the campaign. I don't know. Like the last one, I definitely, not that I struggled, but I think I was getting bored like towards the end. This one felt pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. This one felt pretty good to do, man. Maybe it's the MTX. No idea. MTX is pay to win. I mean, do you want to see actual pay to win? Would you like to see pay to win? I can show you pay to win. Do you see my RF right now? Do you see how it just barely touches that chest?
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws.
It's just cosmetic though. It doesn't actually give you more AoE. It's just cosmetic. I've tested. Yeah, I've tested. But it does make you feel like you have more AoE, and that's just as good in my eyes. Okay, we ascended. Click the divine font. Righteous fire, I like the quality. Again, if you want money, you go for that route. I like quality because is it 4% quality is AoE radius, so I can see the girth is really adding up there. Okay, my tummy wants food, but it's not time yet. So now we're gonna go Ramako Sun's Light. Ramako means we are changing stuff. Unfortunately, because our run is ending soon, and I don't have a lot of chromes, I don't have a lot to change. One thing I can change is we can get punishment and put it here. We don't run flammability anymore. Now, it'd probably be better to get a punishment from here, but it's okay. We explained earlier in the video why we don't want to use sources of minus resistance with punishment, or with Ramako. So either look at the notes section, or I guess the notes will summarize it if you got here and somehow missed that. So what I would want to do right now is I would actually want to remove the combustion link that is currently here, and it would be better to have 3 greens so we run Swift Affliction. With that being said, we are just gonna kind of leave it as is, right? We're gonna just leave it as is for now, so it's okay. You're down 1 blue socket. Oh, I can use the shield! That's been in my inventory for way too many levels, yeah? Okay, cool. Keep going to 2 stones, please. There's already a YouTube video of my Chieftain RF pushing 2 stones, no? Go check that out on YouTube. I don't think I can properly do 2 stones because I have characters in SSF Standard, so I'd have to migrate, buy a private league, or create a new account. Turn Skitter on. I think they are on, no? Currently running Flesh and Stone, Malevolent Skitter. Almost freedom. We're so close. And one more MTX, because I know I didn't show this one. Let's go ahead and slap on this one here. I don't like this one. Welcome to my life. No matter what I do, somebody's unhappy. I don't like this one either, but that's because of like, that's because of history with this one. See, the reason why I have so many of this one, if you looked, I have 3 of them. I actually had more than 3. I think I had 8 at some point. It's messed up. Basically, what happened is, a long time ago, there was a cool armor set I wanted to get. It may have been called Radiant or something. And I was the kind of guy who put a lot of money in for Gamba boxes. And I got like... I basically got like 6 of every piece of gear except for like the boots. So I contacted GG and was like, is there any way you can take away like half of my MTX and just give me the boots? And they were like, sorry, but we're unable to do that. You can wait until it goes in the shop in like 6 months. And I'm like, okay. So I just kept gambling more. I spent like $400, which I didn't have at the time. Because, you know, we all make those mistakes at some point. Did not get them, and then ended up with like 8 Righteous Fire cosmetics of the same one. Because you know how the mystery boxes are, right? But then it gets a little deeper, right? Would take reduced crit damage here. So then what happened is a few years ago, right? They released this weird thing. I don't know if anyone remembers it. It was this weird thing they had on the store for like 1 day. And you could throw your MTX into it, and you could recombinate your MTX. Like a recombinator for MTX. So I put in 5 Radiant, like, gloves, and you know what I got back? Radiant gloves. Then I threw, like, I think 5 of my RFs in there, because I had, like, 8 of them, and I think I got, like, Radiant Helmet, when I already had the Radiant Helmet. And then all I remember is GGG taking it down, saying we're sorry, it's not exactly very good, and I don't think it ever returned, and yeah, so I have history with the Divine Righteous Fire. We're just not good friends. Alright, let's finish this up. We're so close. Did you get the gloves in the end? No. And then when it finally came out of the shop, like into the shop, I'm like, I don't want this anymore. I spent way too much money on this game. No more. No more. And then, too bad younger me didn't know that I ended up playing this game for like 10 more years, so. Alright, so here we go. My fire trap is currently 27.5k. I think it says. And RF is 32k. These are currently our links. I think fire trap actually would be a little bit more if I... Oh, no, I think I'd had life tap on already. Yeah, okay. We are 3k HP, so pretty low for me. 800 life regen, also kind of low. Going to Kakakatava. It's time. I am out of portal scrolls. Okay, surely nothing goes wrong, right? Oh, you know, I didn't even see what was happening there. My eyes don't work, nor does my brain. Oh, my damage on the heart is really good. What the heck? 4 hours of sleep, brain? I am running on 4 hours of sleep, yeah. That root beer was key, man. That sugar-free root beer. I don't know what happened, but something happened, though, and it's good. Okay, let's move in between here. So this is literally the same as, like, the old Katava that you fought before. Pretty much the same, like, same stuff that happened, right? It does, like, a boom-boom attack. He does the, like, fire on the floor. He does the hand smack. The ad spawn. Although I think it's more dangerous ads for sure. Okay, so for this, you just don't want to stand where those overlap. You have trouble sleeping. No, I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning my time, so...
May a new dawn arrive.
That's it. We're cleared. Slash deaths. Slash played. Was a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed YouTube. That's pretty much about it for me. If you guys have any questions from here, please make sure to use the notes. They will assist you so much. Make sure to use the website at pox.net. You can find it right over here. Hold on, my brain, I can't even type anymore. Here we go. You can find it at pox.net over here. You can also see that we are working on a Mobalytics version as well for people who want the written guide. But that is it for me for the day. So I will catch you guys all later. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please feel free to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget, you can catch me streaming live every day, but Sundays. Although for League Starts, I stream Sundays at twitch.tv/pox. Take care, and thanks for watching. Ooh! Those are hefty videos. You know that? Those are hefty videos to make. Bro, I got so many DMs while I'm doing this. Like, so many people. Every time I do these, content creators want to collaborate. My girlfriend messages me. So sometimes GGG support messages me. Like, other streamers are trying to talk to me in Twitch chat while we're trying to collaborate. Like, so much happens at the same time, and I don't want to, like, sound rude, but, like, it's so tricky. I'm just like, sorry, guys. Like, I'm in the middle of something. How long is it going to take? Like, 5 hours. It takes time. So... Okay. It's like a 5-hour period of being unavailable. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's try to, like, fix some stuff. So, first thing that I want to do... Passive tree info release, so we have last bloodline. There isn't even a fire node. Okay. Let me try to fix my... Let me fix my POE integration first for all the people who wanted to see the stuff. Sorry ahead of time. If you guys told me the first 5 minutes of the run, we could have fixed it, but nobody said anything till we were like hours in from what I saw, so I apologize. Let's see, this one... Is there a problem with POE Vault? I have discontinued my collaboration with them, or cooperation, whatever you want to call it, and I'm moving my stuff over into Mobalytics. And that's really about it. Okay, now you should be able to see the gear. Okay. Okay, now I want to make sure that this video actually saved. Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also good morning. If you're here, you know what you're here for. Today it is time for the Act 1 through Act 10 Righteous Fire Chieftain Edition. So we're going to get started all the way from the beginning. I don't want anything like here actually specifically, so I gotta be proud of myself. This shit takes a lot out of me to record. Okay. Would you say RF is good for Delve? Definitely not one of the best builds for Delve. Like, the thing is, it's for starting Delve, sure. If you plan on, like, really pursuing Delve as your main thing, then I would say no. When are you posting? Well, I'm posting now, but it's a 6-hour video. Well, not 6 hours, but it's gonna take some time. Abbreviated, click, unlisted. Yeah, unlisted. Okay, cool. Now you're double streaming. Couldn't you have used the YouTube VOD? Well, the problem with using a VOD is I still need... So the thing is, I don't know how all this stuff works. I'm new to YouTube streaming, but my content, like, I don't want to spend any time editing. I don't want to have to wait to download. I don't want to have to trim it because it's not like I went live and I just did it, right? Like, there was some talking at the beginning and stuff. So it's easier for me to just hit start recording, do my content, end recording, upload that content, right? That's kind of just the formatting I went with. Okay, everything should have pulled over, right, chat? Like, I mean, what is it? The gear widget should work now? Have you seen the new Breach Lore Bloodline? I have not gotten to see the Bloodline stuff yet, no. No. Okay, I need to be right back. I gotta go, like, stand up and, like, walk around for a little bit. Hold on. Give me a little bit. Okay. Where's the new file stuff? What the heck is this? It's one of these. The one next to Ascendant. Wait. This one or this? Ah, this one. Okay. So you're telling me that this fucking little image here of 2 colors has the potential to change my RF build? Lightning and cold? Where's fire? I mean, like, otherworldly appendages might be like a lot of regen, but 15% less fizz. Well, you did the math for that one. It's not very good. It takes you from 25 to 30k fizz hit, a slight boost to fire mitigation. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the best you could get. 8% life, 15% less damage taken from fire, 15% less damage taken from fizz. That's the best you can get, no? Why does GG hate fire skills so much? Okay. What does this number mean, though? I agree this could be cool, but I want to know how big the number is. Probably 5. Because fire is OP. I don't think fire is OP. Cold, you just freeze everything. Shock, your damage is so crazy they have to nerf it every single league. And Ignite is like, help, I'm dying because I can't do anything unless I play a specific build. No? Does Ignite get close to Doc Cap? I mean, if you do like some shenanigans, I think with Replica Emberwake on Ellie, you can probably hit it, but you know, there's your investment, right? Fire has good clear with Ignite Prolif. Like it's got that going for it, but that's not even that's like a Chieftain node. That's not even like a fire skill, you know? Wait, Captain Lance raided me? Oh shit, Lance, did you raid me while I was AFK? What the fuck? Yo, Lance, how you doing, man? Oh, right, I gotta... Oh, yeah. Let's turn all the notifications and alerts back on. Here we go. Here we go. We gotta turn everything back on. So it started with... It started with the raid from... Rax in the morning.
Our illustrious
Arcturus,
champion
thanks for the 7
returns.
months. Appreciate it.
Welcome home.
He is sleeping. He's sick. Get better soon, my dude.
A new subscriber arrives.
Yo,
It
Perfabo,
fills you
thanks for
with
the
determination.
sub, dude. Appreciate it.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Marek, thanks. Let me see. Okay, so next, Brandon with the gifted, right? Is this right? Let's see. Yeah, Brandon with the gifted. Executor, thanks so much for the 11 months. SpongeBob, thanks for the 14 months. Timo, thanks for the 6 months. Ariel, thanks so much for the 3. Nop, thanks for the 3. Eugiri, I don't know how to say her name, but Karma, thanks for the T1. Karma, thanks for the 15 gifted. Straight, thanks for the Prime. Starik, thanks for the Prime. Devil, thanks for the 10. Gazebo Jesus, thanks for the Prime. Vathrak, thanks so much for the 4 months. Nathaniel, thank you so much for the Prime. Mark, appreciate the Prime. Brutal, thanks for the 5 gifted. Lilis, thanks so much for the Prime. Yellow Hat, thanks for the T1. Doc, thanks to the Prime. And Lance, thanks for the raid. SpongeBob, I feel like SpongeBob would be a Flickr player, not RF. I mean, true, Patrick would definitely play RF.
Champion returns.
I mean, Patrick's home is like a circle, right? Would be easy start as RF Ellie and farm 10D. Yeah, as long as you're okay with dying a bit, I think.
Arrives. It fills you with determination. A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination. A new subscriber arrives.
Everything alright? I want to start this league with RF Ellie. You think it's viable? I do think it's viable, but I think it's primarily for leveling and then best swap to another build.
Well, it's about tree fitting.
It's definitely very good for leveling.
$10. Thanks for your awesome guides.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I thought Elementalist had more damage, thus was better at engine.
Champion returns.
I have never said that.
Welcome home.
Damage is like a metric that is one of many in Path of Exile. You need damage, you need speed, you need clear, you need so much stuff. Damage is like...
A new subscriber.
I don't really know how to explain this. Damage is not real, right? When you play RF, your damage is not real because when you play Chieftain, your clear comes from explodes. And when you play Ellie, your clear is going to come from explodes. Once players play the build and they understand this, it will click more.
Subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Is there a 2-stone run with RF Chieftain on YouTube? Not maybe in the format you would like. There is an edited 2-stone run, which I think is pretty cool. It's so if you come over to my YouTube here, there is actually maybe it will be in the form you like right here. Path of Exile RF Chieftain Eater Exarch Voidstone.
Determination.
Go watch that. That's like picking up from the campaign. Can you imagine tuning into like a Path of Exile streamer? They have like 10,000 viewers and this is their screen. Holy shit, man. Do you see that node? Can you believe it? That shit's gonna break the game. Any tips for big upgrades? Big damage upgrades for Sim or T17? Fox.net? FAQ? Try like, let's see, single target. Actually, isn't there an expensive? In game? There's like a gear, not that one. Let's see. Here. Investment, high investment upgrades. You can look at stuff like this. Ellie gets explode from? Ellie gets explode from Oriat's end. To get Cloak of Flame in SSF, your FAQ suggests using a level 18 character to turn in the body div card and then use Ancient Orbs on it. I assume because of item level, but the wiki says Ancient Orbs treat any item with eye level under 40 as being 40, so wouldn't turning in cards at 2 be fine? I have no idea. I've always just done what works for me. That's all. You've loved the build, but you've struggled with the barrier. I mean, you said you're trying to do T17, no? My POB is like definitely capable of doing T17. It's extremely like expensive on the end game here, but if you go here and you import this like this, oops, you can tell my brain's not working. I just try to import POB fucking at the bottom here. Holy dude, I need to stop soon. If you import POB here, right, and you just go to the loadout feature, you can see this is packing like 8.5 mil. In the patch, this will be closer to like 9.5 mil. This is a very expensive endgame version. There is no shot you're not like kind of blasting T17s with this. Obviously, you're not going to have the highest single target with this amount of damage. This is just the reality of Righteous Fire, right? You will absolutely implode and blow up maps with this. But if you're trying to do T17s, like this is still not going to be the smoothest for T17s for the damage, right? You fail somewhere there. Well, I mean, if you provide more info, we can help, but yeah. Very general questions are unfortunately difficult to answer. Can you explain your Atlas strat on the build? Atlas? Early Atlas. This is typically how my early Atlas runs.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Kind of something like this. I think I'm probably going to remove Betrayal nodes. I'm going to redo these because I don't care for Betrayal right now. I'm just going to take these. My early Atlas is literally Kirak and Shaping nodes. And then from there, I choose a variety of League mechanics. Maybe I want to farm Blight. Maybe I want to farm Expedition. Maybe I want to farm, I don't know. There's so many different things. You can basically farm any League mechanic you want with RF, except for like Legion early and Sanctum. You can do whatever you want, and I switch it up every league. Yeah, level 18, you definitely can gamble Cloak of Flame as well. Maven Explosion doesn't compare to Chieftain. Correct, yeah. Can you explain if they buff or nerf Dot? I can't speak about Dot in a whole. I think Fizz Dot got buffed. Looks like Corrupting Cry, Reap, Exsanguinate, I think got buffed. RF got buffed through itemization, not anything else. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go grab the rest of my quesadilla. How do you craft the endgame Archdemon crown? We will have a written guide for this. If I try to go off the top of my head, let me see here. I very well may be wrong here, so Which one? Like this one? Okay, so step one is you need to go buy Shaper Helms and Elder Helms, right? Hold on. I don't know. I think you buy Shaper Helms and you elevate Trap and Mind damage on that helmet by itself. You buy 20s, you get the extra mod, you elevate, you hit 25. You get an Arc Demon base. I don't know if, I forgot if it's Harvest Reforge. I don't remember. I think it's Harvest Reforge. To pull like a level 20 Burning. You get the other mod, you elevate. Now you have 2 bases. You woke orb together to guarantee the 25-25. Then whatever suffix you end up with is just whatever suffix you end up with. And then you do Wild Bristol Matron, which is suffixes. Wait. Yeah, these are both suffixes, right? My brain is not working right now. I've done like a lot of shit, so I want to assume those are both suffixes. So you do Wild Bristol Matron, pulling for prefix, and then is it Wild Bristol Matron Veil Orb? To unveil +2? Right? There you go. Read Convey's Craft. Right there. There you go. There's a video link for the helmet craft. Who made this? Oh, Barricade. Nice. There you go. Is it better to do Fire Trap in the helm? Yeah, it's better. I don't mean to sound rude or toxic or elitist. It's better to follow my POB. You follow my POB. You don't change it. If you want to change it because you're feeling spicy, that's fine, but I recommend you follow the POB. Oh, Findale. I didn't see that. I didn't see you sneak in there. 34 months, sub day, burrito day, same day. Appreciate it, dude. Is it normal to go till breaking some eggs for a mule? Yeah, breaking some eggs is mud flats. I usually get 4 in mud flats. Then I go back to town. Then I get Flame Wall and Frostblink, kill Hail Rake, and then the mule's over. Did RF used to be in Helm? I don't know, maybe like 5 years ago or something. A lot of things changed. Hey guys, you wanna know something funny? All my friends tell me about ChatGPT, so I wanted to try it one time, right? So like, if we look at this video, it has like an AI thumbnail, and I tried to tell this damn ChatGPT to make the Chieftain look like a Chieftain, and it just didn't. So it also kept giving me the wrong like image size. I'm like, you need to make the image below like 2 MB. And it's like correcting this, making it below 2 MB. And then I try to upload it and it fails because it says over. And I'm like, excuse me, it's still over 2 MB. Anyway, the point is I didn't have time, right? I didn't have time and I didn't have a proper thumbnail. So I just wanted to just like throw something up there, right? So being the honest person I am, I had to edit this. I put like, sorry guys, I have like an AI thumbnail right now because I'm really pressed for time. I'm trying to make a bunch of stuff. And now people are at war. Like this guy goes, Use GGG's art. Come on. Like, oh, I'm sorry that I don't have time to go find an image of a chieftain, find an image of an elementalist, fucking splice it together on a thumbnail, fix the correct size and upload. I'm too fucking dumb for that. Let me just play the game, dude. People are like at war. I just thought it was funny. I would rather see MS Paint stick figures than AI thumbnails. I mean, it's one AI thumbnail. It's just one. It's one, and it's because people want to see the fucking LERF versus Chieftain, and that was it. You should post an AI response to that guy. I actually did. I literally did. You want to know what I did? I deleted it, and I took the summary. This video, Righteous Fire builds in Path of Exile 3.27, pitting Chieftain against Elementalist, gameplay footage, who the fuck types like that? I intentionally did that because they started raging about it. It's intentional. The whole thing was intentional. Because people started being toxic. So I just took the fucking summary and I posted it right here. As long as you don't misrepresent. No, dude, no. It was just one time because, again, I didn't have time. So I just wanted to go put it out. These guys are so mad. AI thumbnails are getting more prevalent. You did not need to use an AI thumbnail. Oh my god, bro. I didn't have time and I did it one fucking time. Holy. People are really passionate. Like, it's a fucking thumbnail. It's a slippery slope. Do you know how fucking lazy I am? I'm too lazy to even use AI. I just wanted to have an accurate thumbnail that, like, made sense. Like, that's it. I think people are being way too bitchy, if you want my opinion. Like, I think I even literally apologized, pinned it as a comment. Like, how much more real, like, it doesn't get any better than that. It's not that serious. No. If you are, like, putting an artist out for work, fuck AI. Yeah, but, like, I'm not. I just did it for a video because I don't have time. Did it for one thumbnail across 1,300 of my videos, one time, and even called myself out of the comments and apologized about it, but people went batshit crazy, so I just said, fuck it. Reported. Bro, I'm on your side. I know everyone's on my side. I'm just being over dramatic because it's funny. That's what Rutu taught me. Rutu taught me if you're loud, you're funny. You're apologizing to people that don't want an apology. Yeah, that's true. I just thought it was like a fun experiment. I can't believe how upset people got over it, though. It was kind of crazy. Like I had fun talking with this fucking Chat GPT, trying to get it to make the thumbnail I wanted over and over while I was like doing other stuff. Be like da 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 da, and then go do my other stuff. Come back in 10 minutes. Nope, still not what I want. Do this. What was the original thumbnail? Like a POE loading screen, like usable or like you usually? AI isn't accepted by a large amount of people yet. No, I understand that. It's just I don't like when people. I mean, it's not that I don't like. It's crazy to me when people show their true colors when like you're literally doing something for them, right? That's it. Like there is literally no secret fucking hidden motive. Like I was blatantly obvious about it, so like that's it. Zero effort. No, I mean, well, for me, zero effort would be not even using the AI, right? I'm on the AI equal bad. I'm also on the AI equal bad, but I don't care if people use like basic stuff every now and then, like now and then, because it's convenient for them. But it's different if like your entire branding is that, right? That is very different. Or waiting for a reason to complain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just I know it's my audience though, right? I know it's my audience because I see these users. So your audience cares. Yeah. Is it rude if I say I don't care about them though? Like if you get upset at me because of that, I don't want to talk to you. Not you specifically, but in general. Because you're the same person who like I'm gonna like fart and you're gonna write me like a 3-page essay about how I'm killing like the fucking ozone layer because I had to fart, right? Like people actually do stuff. Like this is no meme. Like people actually do stuff like this, right? I know this is getting extreme, but like to me, this is extreme. It was just a simple little basic thing, right? I don't think there's a good bloodline. What did you open the stream to? Uh, I was talking about how if you fart, it can hurt the ozone layer, so you shouldn't do it, you know? I'm on the train of you spending your time and money for content, not on editing a thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, again, like you look at my YouTube, there is no AI thumbnail with the exception of one, right? It was because, again, and everybody knows this, I don't have to say this, but GGG releases info and content creators have like a week to get 5 billion things done at the same time. But then you also have to like sleep and live your life. So you take, I don't even want to say you take a shortcut, okay? It's the YouTube algorithm. You post a video and you have 24 hours to bring in income from that video. The AI thumbnail is literally just trying to show a chieftain and an elementalist, and it says chieftain versus elementalist. You know why? Because every 32 seconds on my stream, somebody is asking, why don't you league start elementalist? It just does more damage than chieftain. Why are all of these people trying to play elementalist? I thought golems just got nerfed. So, I think it's important to provide a little bit of context for people because it's a hot topic, It's a hot topic. AI thumbnail is probably better than a fucking open Word doc. That is literally what I'm talking about. Like, that's actually what I'm talking about. To be honest, though, most of your videos are just random screenshots. Yeah, but if you look at the past 2 weeks, I brought on an editor and started putting in effort, right? And I'm not going to just use the same thumbnails that I gave my editor, and we're trying to get everything done in such a short amount of time, Henchman, thanks for 2 months. Why aren't you playing Assassin? Why aren't you playing Assassin RF? Rue is right. The louder you are, the funnier you are. I told you. I'm gonna go switch the thumbnail and then delete the AI comments. That's fun, right? Since people get way too butthurt over something very simple. Let's see. Don't do it. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not representing AI. I don't care. I made my video now. Now I have time, right? Like now I have some time. It's okay. I was trying to get that video out so I can make this video. I still have to make the league starter. So now that I've like relaxed, I can just change it. Are you talking about bloodlines? We don't have any, bro. You know what? No, I'm keeping it. Nah, I'm fucking keeping it, bro. It's a good thumbnail. I mean, I don't really care for the fucking pictures, but I like the Chieftain versus Elementalist too. I'm fucking keeping it, bro. I don't feel like changing it. I don't even care about AI. I just like that it's a thumbnail that's represented to what I'm talking about. Right? Like that's what I care about more, is that it's representing what the video's about. Just put one you prefer. Yeah, but putting a different thumbnail doesn't match what the context of the video is. Are all T16.17 map mods fine to run? No. They're not fine to run for any build in the game. Every build has some form of counter. It's a lot of effort to type it out on the website. I don't have an answer for you right now. Usually when I'm farming 16.5 and 17, I just go to POE re and I start just using a regex from there that I make. Is the gem progression tab on the website good? I don't even know what that's from. I didn't even make it. So if it's out of date, we'll just remove it. And bloodline sucks. Yep. Graphs are pog? Graphs are good. They considered making an RF armor stacker. I don't see the point in it. You're just not going to do any damage. You know? Armor stacking doesn't have like any synergy with damage for RF. And then I think armor stacker's weakest point is degen, which RF would cause you to take. Right? What would you say is the most suitable RF? Chieftain. Chieftain across the board, there's no debate about it. Chieftain has been the meta for Righteous Fire for a few years now. It's what I play. It's what I recommend. 100%. The problem with that regex LTOX is I literally run like 10 different regex depending on what I'm doing, which makes it difficult to do. So maybe if I find a good way to add it, but I'm not sure. Why are channel points turned off? I can turn them on whenever I'm doing my like big videos and stuff. I have to turn them off because people spam them whenever I do recordings. If I league our Chieftain, how much currency do I need to do T15s? You don't need anything. You can do them in life res gear. You can literally gamble gear from the campaign, like, well, after the campaign, and then you can go right into T16 maps. With that being said, you probably don't want to do that, especially if you're on the newer side, because new players, like, not even just new players, people who aren't super experienced, like, they don't really understand what is dangerous. So, I mean, maybe for you, you want like a couple of divines, but you don't really need that. Your life res gear can get you into this mapping content. Starter Atlas and Part 2 still relevant. They'll be remade tomorrow. Tomorrow I wake up, I do my League Star video, and then we redo like all the atlases. What is dangerous for us?
New subscriber arrives.
It's not really about what is dangerous for us, it's about what's dangerous for like every build in Ray class. Chaos damage when you have bad chaos res, high sources of physical damage, anything that does a lot of elemental damage when you don't have like proper recovery. This is like a POE question. It's not really like a build associated question, right? I wish I could elaborate more, but you just have to, when you're mapping, you have to be able to identify what is a dangerous pack of monsters, and then you can like cross blink over them so you don't take damage. Like some mob types are just stronger than other mob types, right? That's so hard to explain. It's so hard to explain because it's basically taking like years of knowledge and compounding it into a question. Is it worth to gamble early 4-link, 5 links? 5-link, I'm not sure. It's kind of RNG. 4-link, absolutely. 4-link, like, for sure. Oh no, I forgot to monetize my stream for today. I need to figure out if there's a way to easily monetize streams. Fuck. Oh. Oh, rip today's income from YouTube. That's okay. Rip burrito money. Yep. My friend told me he saw boots on RF that make 100% chance for a mob explode. I don't know, I didn't see any of those boots. There's a shelf behind you? Yeah, this thing? This thing's kind of cool. I need to get a new webcam to fix it, but like so you can actually see it, I think. Has like I have like some POE 2 art down there, definitely not made by AI. There's a PS1, my Final Fantasy 7, my PS2, my Super Nintendo, my Sega, and then like over the top there's N64. You can't really see that though, but yeah. Did you go over the last Bloodline? Yeah, it like looks okay, but I don't know. Your scalp seems like it's looking better. Yeah, my scalp's like healed basically. Well, I can't really say healed because it's an ongoing thing that I need to fix, or well, keep up with. But yeah, that shit was fucked before. It was messed up before. Holy. Is it a lifelong issue? Yeah. Yeah. If you follow your filter, does it auto-update? It should auto-update when you follow it, yeah. Well,
Our illustrious champion
I think so.
returns.
I don't remember how this. I never follow filters. I always make them, so I get confused. You meal prepped a bunch of burritos. They're a little dry, but they'll work. I just cover them in hot sauce. Oh, there you go. They make them edible again. Oh no, dude. What do you mean edible? They can't be that dry, dude. What? Okay. I think actually we're probably gonna like hop off. Ever thought of making a donation page? I personally can't stand ads, but I don't mind donating directly to a streamer. I'm pretty sure this is a way you can do like YouTube Super. I don't know if that's what you're asking about. If you're asking about a direct donation, I have that on my Twitch page. On YouTube, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know shit about YouTube live streaming. I just connect it with my Twitch and hit go live and then talk to two chats at the same time. Appreciate it, forgive. And Kuro. There is, for sure, there's a donate option on my website. If you don't want to like go to Twitch. Right over here, like keep the site running. This is a donate button right here. Why do you have this labeled as 3.27 and not practice? Oh, is my title 3.27?
Our illustrious champion.
My title is
returns.
3.27 because we're always going over 3.27 info. That's why. But it's also not practice. I'm not practicing. So practice would technically be not correct. Don't take this the wrong way, but like when you put all the dots, it makes me feel like you're trying to take things the wrong way. All I was trying to do was make a YouTube record run. Like, that's it. Like, that's all I was trying to do, man. That's it. You're fucking lazy. I was just briefly confused. No, I got no excuse for you, man. I'm fucking dehydrated, malnutrition right now, running on 4 hours of sleep. Like, I just logged in to make content. That was it. Just put the wrong thing there. Looks like pain to get the damage back. So you actually have more damage if you drop Ramako, but you do have to sacrifice gem links. That's like the one issue. You got to incorporate exposure. You got to incorporate scorch. Scorch will probably be on your shield. You got to incorporate like elemental weakness plus flammability. Those are like the main ways. But mapping will not, I don't know, Ramako mapping is so comfy. They're really dry. It's black beans that I kind of overcooked, lean beef that I didn't add any fat to, some low moisture cheese, and some high fiber tortillas. Bro, what are you eating? Like stuffed tree bark? Well, you could use scorch boots, but then you're dropping your entire like boot. They delayed the patch. They delayed the patch. We're not playing on Friday. We're not playing on Halloween. Is that what you're saying? What do you mean? Can't live without the adrenaline boots. Yeah. Path of Exile status. It's a 2020 gem post. You want the 2020 gem post? I got you. Righteous Fire still deals ZDPS at all gem levels and quality. Done. Any uniques that could be good in the campaign? Yeah, so if you open my POB and you just go to notes, you can see cheap uniques for the campaign, and you can see a whole bunch right here. Sorry, but I don't find the map regex T1 to 16 and 17. That's because I don't provide a direct regex, because the problem with providing a regex is the following. White maps, you run a different regex. Yellow maps, you run a different regex. Red maps, you run a different regex. Block-based runs a different regex, and then depending on a few other features and or the content you're running, you have a different regex. Then tier 17, you have like 20 different regex because of the content you run. So instead, all I do is if you come to my website, and you go to the FAQ, and you type in map, it says here, what map mods should I avoid? And it gives a description of the map mods that you should not run. And then it says you can build your regex here, which actually takes 45 seconds, maybe 2 minutes max. And then you have it for your character. Simply me providing a regex makes people stop reading information, and then they just take the regex and use it for everything, even though it's not correct. That's the problem. It should be easy. You only need to make about 30. Yeah, I mean, like, when I say it's easy and you need to make about 30, it's because, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't use a regex until I am running juiced content. Like, I don't provide one. But the minute I'm not trying to sound toxic, but the minute I provide a regex, I will get fucking spammed shitless about a regex for the next one and a regex for the next one, and I don't know what to do about it yet. So usually what I do is when I'm mapping and I'm doing juiced content, I just have a command in my stream for the regex I'm using for that content specifically, right? POE is just a monster of a game, so it's hard to do this. Like, there's not really any good, like, I'm not even trying to make like excuses. It's just, it's a monster of a game, and depending on the content you're running, you want to run a specified regex. That's at least the experience I have. Maybe there's a better way to like incorporate it. Maybe. Didn't read. Can I get the regex now? Yeah, sure. Just take this and put this in your mapping regex right here. I can't promise what maps it's going to highlight, but, you know, that's the regex. There you go. You know it's fucked when the first thing you see on your regex is this. How reasonable is Pathfinder or Witch? Pathfinder doesn't make any sense. Witch is okay as a leveling build with RF. Are you going Harvey? Yeah, I'm a Harvey Beyond enjoyer. Breach Ascend is a must-have. Not really. You do give, like, you give up quite a bit for that. It's definitely okay. Would it be possible to have Chaos Poison convert for PFRF? No. Unfortunately not. What do you mean, alright? It's probably one of the fastest two-stone builds. So, like, the problem with Elementalist Righteous Fire, right? And I'm gonna put my foot down and I'm gonna explain. Elementalist Righteous Fire gets way too much hype for what it does. People are advertising it as a two-stone build, and that's fine. But what people are watching is very experienced content creators zoom through content, avoiding so many hits that would just decimate newer players. And then when they kill Eater Exarch, you know what they do? They close out of the game because they're done. So when another player is trying to follow this on a league start, they're gonna kill Eater and Exarch, and then they're gonna be like, what is next? And don't get me wrong, like, the build is functional. The build works. It is functional. There's nothing wrong with it, except that you're taking an ascendancy that's kind of squishy, and you're going like virtually kind of like mid-level melee, and you have very little like everything, like all your whole build is put together by golems, right? The build works and you can invest in it, but to me, it doesn't feel like a complete RF build because it doesn't have the tankiness that Chieftain has. And like tankiness is so important. Like Elementalist is so good on RF when you're mapping and you have nothing on your Atlas, because nothing is like super terrifying. But once you start juicing your Atlas, don't get me wrong, it's nice that your circle is 2 times bigger than Chieftain, but Chieftain's also exploding screens and stuff, right? That's where like it gets a little weird, right? Until Giga investment. Yeah, so I'll tell you what you like can do, right? So if you look at my website here, I have like a really, when I say really scuffed, I mean like really scuffed. Basically took my Elementalist that was doing I took my Elementalist that was doing 2 Void Stones, and then I just expanded the tree but still have poo-poo gear. So like I could definitely have more damage than this, but it's like 7k life with like block cap, almost block cap, pretty high spell block, recover on block. And this is like how I would build a character in SSF for sure, right? Like I would definitely build it like this in SSF. But it's like the damage on the character is like not that impressive compared to my Chieftain because the whole tree is being defensive, you know? And like where Elementalist would excel is like going like dual curse and stuff. So Elementalist really would just be better for me. Like for me, the way I play it, it would be better for like doing like Conquer rotations. But then the problem with Conquer rotations is if you know how to build Hateful Accuser on Chieftain, you basically take this DPS and you put a 0 in it for no extra investment. And then maybe you cut it by 30% because you don't have 100% uptime on explodes, but you also have similar AoE to an elemental. So I don't know, man. Like I really think what's happening is that newer players, especially, and not even newer players, but people who want to play Righteous Fire Chieftain gets such a bad, like Righteous Fire Chieftain gets such a bad reputation from experienced players who haven't played the build before, because they haven't played the build before, because the build doesn't get the highest numbers. But the thing is you're not playing the numbers, you're playing Hinokora, right? And once you're playing Hinokora and you understand Hinokora, you'll realize like, okay, it's a very good league starter, it's just the single target's not good, right? But because you're playing Hinokora, there's so many things you can do. But the thing is people say, I don't want to rely on a 5% chance. 5% is super consistent when you're mapping. Like very consistent when you're mapping, right? But because these people don't play Chieftain, when they play Elementalist gives you everything up front that you would want for a build in the earlier stages of the game. So naturally, Elementalist is going to get so much hype. Have you went into Jungroan's stream? Jungroan posted a tweet about how Elementalist RF is going to be broken, right? He goes and he plays the build. And don't get me wrong, you know, whether you want to say he's rusty, he's tired, he built it wrong, whatever, it doesn't matter. He got to Exarch. He had like 52 deaths. I went into his stream and I said, why are you making me work overtime on Elementalist RF? And you know what he said? He said, after I finished my Eater Exarch run, I opened up the path of building for the character, looked at it for 20 seconds, and then I deleted the character. So all you have left now is Captain Lance. And don't get me wrong, Captain Lance is a very good creator, and I have nothing negative to say about him, but his build is not designed the way I would play it, because his build is designed to be like an ES stacker, which I think is maybe a good way to pivot it, but that's not, like, I can't bring that to my community, and I can't build that in SSF, and that's like a build where, like, my build functions, and now it doesn't. I need to invest a lot and do a transition. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But that's not always how I want to play a character. I want like a nice, clear progression path. Have you ever done the cast one stun builds? I tried one and I didn't set it up correctly. Maybe I can do a collaboration with like a Miracle this league on like what your RF Chieftain needs to transition. Eviscerate RF Ignite, Witch with Crown of Eyes. I mean, if you can be tanky enough to retaliate and survive, sure. Witch, aka Elementalist, would do it the best because of all damage can ignite. But the problem is that Shaper of Flames doesn't work for RF. So you would get hit, get one shot by the physical damage, then somehow proc the retaliate, and then they're ignited. So like what I would say you do with this is like you have to use like an Oriat's End to like actually trigger the Shaper of Flames, right? When is the champion Whispering Ice build? Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Bro. Speaking of the champion Whispering Ice build. We're not actually speaking about it. Like, we're not speaking about it. But so I made this video on Bloodlines, right? I made a video on Bloodlines. This guy here, they do more than people want to accept or realize. Like Pox with RF and not using a Spectre, even though you can spiritual aid, double cluster, and get 1 mil damage and they won't die. Or Pox not scaling easy ES for 70% base damage. Did I actually respond to this guy? I did actually respond to this guy. I did. Because like this comment, I was on the toilet and I was reading comments and this one just, I had to just send it, man. So I was like, stacking increased damage has diminishing returns and then not seeing the advantage of investing into ES as a chieftain. I wanted to say a lot more. But like what are you doing with ES on your chieftain, man? Like, what are you doing? And what are you doing with Spectres? Why are you playing an RF build if you're going to go, like, don't get, I get the spiritual aid, but you're going spiritual aid and then double minion, you're going double minion cluster jewels? What's the point of RF? Like, why would you not just play a Spectre build? And he says 1 mil damage. Like, I actually think that that's worse than my POBs. I didn't know that was possible. This guy has a wait, he's doing 2 cluster jewels for 1 mil damage? Wait, he went double cluster with 1 mil damage. I feel like Rutu now, but this guy needs to, he needs to be stopped. He needs to be stopped. How did he get 5 upvotes? Fuck it, let's send it. Let's give him 6. How is that even possible? I need to think like them. I want to be part of the collective. Teach me. I'm clearly missing something. I'm missing something, dude. I don't know what it is, but I'm missing something. A few leagues back, my brother played one of the bomber builds. It was stupid. I got multiple DCs because of it. Yeah, the big boom boom builds, they go pretty hard. Just ignore them. But if I ignored them, I wouldn't have content. I don't look guys, look. This is not like real. This is me. Look, my brain is fucking fried right now. And if I wasn't laughing at people like this, then I would go offline already. So all we're kind of doing, I'm just kind of I don't want to say de-stressing. I'm not stressed right now, but I did my work for the day. Now we're just laughing at things, right? Like, that's all we're doing, right? Yeah, decompressing. We're just chilling right now. Like, that's it. DS Lily in a video said RF can't get 1 mil damage, and I feel that that's not true. RF can get 1 mil, so it depends if we're talking about tooltip or POB. RF can hit both of them, but it does require like pretty big investment if you're looking for 1 mil. Now here's what's important. You can blast maps with like, when I say 400k DPS, you can blast T17s, I think, with like 400k RF tooltip, right? Like, you don't need the damage that other builds need with RF. You just need enough damage to trigger Hinakura, right? Like, that's what you need. You need to trigger your Hinakura chains. Bubgun said RF is a blaster build. What? Bubgun turned around? Just don't do the Katarina T17. Well, I mean, you could have 400k DPS on RF with like 3 mil fire trap, but yeah, that's unlikely, right? The thing is you don't scale your RF when you don't have enough single target. You scale your fire trap. Is Arcane Devotion viable? I think Arcane Devotion, for the investment you put in, you're just better off playing Endurance Charge Stack Jug or Low Life Righteous Fire Scion. As my chat likes to explain it, Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion is like a build held together by duct tape. Would be nice to have an RF background on the white wall behind you. Yeah, so what I plan on doing in that spot, yeah, so right there, I do have some stuff that I got sent from, I think it was Starforce. I got a lot of cool stuff. So we have like, so I have like an atlas here. I have like 3 of these. This is like a full-on atlas, right? This is an AI. It's not really AI, right? This is like the 3 ascendancies. This is like the 3 Saboteur ascendancies, right? Not Saboteur, the 3 whatchamacallits. I have like some cool art in here from like stuff, but Shadow, yeah. What I actually wanted to do, kind of crazy, but where are they? Oh, they're over here. I almost wanted to like fucking mount my mouse pads because like the mouse pads look sick. Like the mouse pads look fucking sick. I don't want to use them. Like I don't want to get anything on. It's like POE 2 Infernalist. Bub's right. RF is a map blaster, almost identical gameplay to my Blade Vortex Auto Bomber back in the day. Yeah, that's what it's good at. Is map blasting. Is a map blaster. Is that the Cloth Atlas? Yeah. Collector's Edition mousepad. What's wrong with the Collector's Edition mousepad? Is RF Guardian viable? I think RF Guardian is just an extreme endgame thing. I don't think it's really very good for anything else. Like, when it comes to leveling RF, you have Elementalist, and then when it falls off, Chieftain is just better. I'm a big fan of Chieftain in general. These are like the kings of RF, right? Well, king and... I don't really want to call her a queen, but like, this is the king of RF. This is the overhyped, like, fast leveling build right now, right? What Atlas plans do you have? I'm in a level with my generic one where you do like Kirak. You do like Kirak, map nodes, and then maybe 1 league mechanic, maybe expedition. And then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. What is a Shaper Shield? How do I search that in trade? Your best friend is Tilda, so you go to trade, you hit search, and then you type Tilda Shaper. Then you do has Shaper influence, and now you type in shield, and then you could do like armor 1, search. And then you can find this background is shaper background. Does RF go to the blight day 1? As long as you get ignite prolif, you blast, yeah. You know of any spider tech for chaos builds? Not sure. Yeah, not sure. Alright guys, I gotta go take a shower, so I'm gonna go catch you later. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I'm gonna try to get that campaign run video uploaded tonight. And then the goal would be getting the league start video done tomorrow. It was meant to be done like a few days ago, but oh well. So tomorrow, I'm gonna try to make the RF Chieftain league start video. So we're gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna try to upload the other video today. So catch you guys later. Thanks again. Enjoy. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. My brain is fried. Who are we rating? You know, I'm so fried right now. I was looking at 1 mana left, and his title is KB of Clustering, and I thought I thought he changed his name to one cluster left. I don't know. My brain's fucked. I need to go. I need to go to bed, man. Holy. You know what? Should I host the person who does Cast When Stun? Yeah? Should we host the Cast When Stun person? Yeah? They just went live. They have like 100 people on their channel. Alright. I don't know what their stream is like, so have fun, boys. Go be nice. Go be nice, okay? Be nice. Oh, they're sick. Oh, yikes. Everyone's sick. Holy, what the heck?